three uh, key three three key themes rather, which are basically on international partnerships and trade, because we know we live in a global village, albeit the challenges going on, but obviously we can't develop space alone, our industries alone. We need to partner with others, be it on a continental level or on a global level. So we hear discussions around those issues as to how we can harness those partnerships. Also, the question of knowledge and technological transfer, intellectual property within this space industry, how to develop and strengthen that. And then just generally, as someone who likes the law, understanding the regulatory issues around the issues of the law. It's really important for us to get an understanding and a sense of um, what the law talks about with those things, because in areas of international of space of international cooperation, international law is what governs us, and we unless we understand what the law says, we are unable to, we will find ourselves on not cooperating well with our other colleagues. So I think it's important that we always once in a while revert back to the law and hear what it says. By way of introduction of myself, as you can see, I'm more leaning towards the law. My name is Arthur Shirichena. I'm a PhD candidate in space law at the Uni of Manchester. I can see my colleagues there, Nelly, who's also with me there at Manchester. So really, the interaction between the law and space is something that I always find interesting, and that is why I'm doing this research. So just on a quick housekeeping rules, as we outlined yesterday, the presenters will do their presentations, and then afterwards there'll be a Q&A. Let's try to keep to time as much as possible, so that we finish on time and we are able to disperse to do our other commitments that we may have. So we expect to finish by 1400 hours GMT. Hopefully, we will do well like we did yesterday. Today, our moderators, we have Rehab Ben Musa, Jody Sandalinas, and also Sandra Amonhin. So I hope you guys are ready and prepared with your panels to take it further. I don't know if Dr. Zolana is now ready. I would like to invite him to prepare to come and give us a speech. But just to give a general how do I phrase it? Just to give a brief introduction of Dr. Zolana, really, he's got a very comprehensive CV, which could take me hours just going through it. Dr. Zolana, are you ready to to present? Dr. Zolana?
Yes, Arthur. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh, okay. While you prepared, I was just trying to briefly outline, introduce you with your extensive CV that uh, when I grow up, I want my CV to look like. Um, So Dr. Zolana is the first general manager of the Angola National Space Program Management Office, where he focuses, where he drives engineering and research challenges on communication and Earth observation satellite launches with partner agencies and governments um, worldwide. He holds a dual master's degrees. Uh, with his first master is in telecoms from Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria, South Africa, and the second one um, is masters in electronics and telecommunications engineering from um, Paris. My French is not so good. And he also holds a doctorate of engineering from George Washington University in United States, where he focused on engineering management of complex and large-scale projects, showcasing his commitment to academic excellence and expertise. As I said, his CV is very extensive. I won't go any further. Um, Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Zolana to the stand to give us his remarks.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to really thank ASLI for the invitation. A special thanks to A-Team. Arthur, thank you so much for the introduction as well and the CV. CVs sometimes we it tends to overlook, while we still have a lot to learn. So, to be honest, here I prepared a very few words, especially for what I think is what we have in task today in Africa. So I remember uh, 15 years ago, I was still a young engineer coming out from school, and our government gave us a mission to build a space program because Angola was not in radar and was not doing nothing in space. We didn't have any policies at that time. We didn't have any strategy. We didn't have anything regarded to space, or at least the elements that allow you to have a space program or a space ecosystem in a country. And I remember that some of the lessons that I wanted to pass, and I think this is what I believe ASLI mission should be, was that we didn't know that we didn't know. And I keep on saying that because I believe this is the main challenge we have today in Africa. So my hope to everybody here is that we come together first to recognize that we don't know that we don't know. And what does it mean by that? Unfortunately, as you know, Africa is facing a challenge because we don't have proper education. We don't have a contest-based education. We go overseas to get our education. We learn the foreign culture. And give an example, we learn how to build space program, just an example I'm giving overseas. And then when we come back, we struggle because sometimes we want exactly to have the same infrastructure, the same policies, and that is where we start getting things wrong. So my recommendation here to ASLI and for the different panels that I see here in the program is really for us to start understanding how can we really manage the existing tacit knowledge that we have in the continent? How can we learn from each other? How can we really make this gap of don't we know that we don't know that we don't know, make it really a little bit shorter? How can we improve our humbleness as well, understanding that we need to learn more to make it was best progress more efficient. Lastly, Etim, I've sent you this challenge. I would love to see more space courses or any other course related to space in Africa. Very contest based. Give an example. Would like to have more discussions on space policy design in the African context because it is completely different if you don't contextualize your space policies. I would like to have also more space programs and space program management courses in more practical oriented. Today we have an amazing space ecosystem startup and some industry, especially in South Africa and Egypt. I would like to see how we can have more young African Africans being exposed, and to be able to see in real time, how do you procure satellite? How do you manage risks when you're building your satellites? How do you design a space strategy for your own country? How you do a gap assessment? How can we have more practical oriented courses for our young engineers? Because I believe, Leslie, what you're doing today, it will really count for the future of space in Africa. Thank you all for listening.
Hello, Otto. Are you there, Otto? Okay.
Yeah, is it me or the internet is his Dr. Zolana's internet is unstable?
Maybe it's from your end because anyway, you want to check your side while I go on. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Zolana, for the speech, and thanks a lot. I know it was there was a mix-up somewhere along the line, so thanks for breaking your schedule to join us this morning. Yes, I noted the points you've made, and like we've had several discussions, we're going to be thanks for the challenge, and we hope to pick up on that challenge. Maybe I should just make one or two comments. One of the things Dr. Zolana has mentioned is to build the continental capacity when it comes to space program and project management. And that's one of the things we want to do, of course, in collaboration with GGPEN, and which is led by Dr. Zolana. So hopefully that there should be a program on that next year. And also the context-based space policy or strategy development is also something we're going to be looking at. And another thing you've mentioned to me in the past has to do with emerging technologies and how it applies to space. So things like AI and cloud computing. So those are things we also see how we can bring into the bouquet. So thank you very much. Arthur, are you ready now?
Yeah, sorry about that. Just had a slight technical glitch. Um, yeah, thank you, Dr. Zolana, once again, and Tim for stepping in for me. Perhaps without further ado, Rehab, is your panel ready?
Sorry, before we start that, I don't know whether we can just take a screenshot. So if we don't mind, if we can just put our
Okay.
camera so that we just take a screenshot maybe for records purpose or yeah. Anybody that wants to put on his camera to join.
Mhm.
Any other person? Sorry, I know some of us were not prepared for this, so I can give 1 or 2 minutes for people to get set. Okay, are we ready now? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. So okay, I think that's fine. Dr. Zolana, if you don't mind, I know if you can still spare 1 or 2 minutes, we still have a bit more time, and I just wanted to find out if anybody has any question or comment for Dr. Zolana. It was not in the initial plan. The reason is because Dr. Zolana has a very practical knowledge about space. One of the things that happened, maybe for those who are not aware, we actually went to the same school. So while he was studying systems engineering at GW, I was studying space policy. And my initial plan was to join him to do systems engineering. But due to some regulations, I'm not a citizen, and the proposed supervisor was doing project on NASA, I could not. And that was also a message too that, there's a limit to what you can even get outside. So that's why now I had to
Recording in progress.
I had to return back to South Africa. But what we are trying to do in ASLI is to try and make this knowledge which is available outside, to make it available to as many Africans as possible. It's expensive going out. GW is an expensive school. In fact, I didn't know it was so expensive until I got there. But so it's an expensive private university for that matter. So not everybody may have the opportunity of going there, but some people have that knowledge, and then we are trying to see how we can tap it into the system. So, Carla, I see your hand up. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the great presentation. Unfortunately I missed the first part, but I caught the last part. Thank you for your wise words and good inputs. I think I'd like to agree with you. I have worked unofficially with 3 African countries to help them to develop their space policy, and I definitely think we need to make even if I know for some people it's a lucrative place or consulting, but I think we need to make some of us available, maybe make a group available and known to African countries that we can assist, that they can get their policies developed. And I think, like you mentioned the procuring satellites, and it stood up a memory in my brain of, Dr. C.S. Mostert. I'm sure many of us know him. And he always said to me, we shouldn't all be buying individual satellites and just operating them ourselves. Together, we could be coordinating better. And even though we each have our own, we could develop a virtual constellation for Africa. And I think there are many levels where African countries are not collaborating sufficiently with one another, that our singular resources become part of a larger resource to all of us to solve more problems. So I just wanted to make that point, and thank you again for your great input. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carla, for your words, and Carla, I was privileged probably to be the longest standing head of space agency in Africa as we speak, and also the founder of the Angolan space program, if we can say. And I was so lucky because I had through different, at least 3 cycles of space policy in Angola, trying to get our space program off the ground. And I did a lot of mistakes, and I went through. Yes. And as you said very well, for instance, Carla, you mentioned about procurement. When you start procuring satellite, even when you have the best consultancy in the world, you still get it wrong, because most of the time we don't have experience how we align government policies goals to space policy goals, and we don't know what we're buying yet. And then sometimes you need to be patient. I think Angola took over 15 years to be where we are today. And the first 8 to 7 years, we were just committing mistake. We just start getting things right on the last 4 to 5 years. And then you said another great point, which is about we coming together. We just met last week with for the preparation of G20 Space Leadership Economy Summit coming in South Africa for the first time in Africa. And I was asking my cohorts, why do we still have over 800 million Africans without internet connectivity? This is crazy. Why are we talking about doing human space exploration, launching rockets, why we have 800 million Africans without internet? We are the least connected continent as we speak in the world, right? So we have to be smart. I'm so sorry. No. So if you know, if we won't decide to be smart, we won't get there because I'll give an example. Only 38% of Africans in the internet, that is already a switch killed for any other policy that's coming out there. Digital transformation, you name it. If only 38% of Africans are actually seeing the what is going on in the world as we speak today, this should be one of the highest priority. And I hope this has been one of my battles with my cohorts in the continent. It's just an example. So if here we are not talking about internet connectivity for the continent, using existing satellites we have in the continent. Today we have RASCOM as a SATCOM. We have at least 4 African countries with SATCOM satellites. Why not coming together to connect these Africans as we speak today? Because remember, I want to wrap up here. Remember, doesn't make sense if you have people dying out there in the continent because they cannot make a call to call an ambulance, right, to go to the hospital. Or if a farmer cannot actually send his product to sell somewhere. Doesn't make sense if we keep on putting our funds just because we want to prove who is building the new satellites or the coolest satellites or the cool rockets. Doesn't make sense. I think our space programs in Africa should be user-based experience, right? What I've seen a lot is we as head of space agency or space programs, we want to dictate what the user wants, but should be the other way around, because the users actually are the stakeholders. They were the one paying taxes. They are the one who's supposed to tell us what they need, what are the immediate need. If we don't do that in a very pragmatic way, we're going to be spending time designing policies that take decades to build. I've seen this a lot, I won't mention. I've seen policies designed that taking decades, and the moment we just try to implement them, it's out of date, it's outpaced, it's not applied to our context and problems anymore. There is so much going on, as Etim said. This is a lot of my tacit knowledge and what was built in the Angola Space Program, and also based what I've been consulting all over the continent and the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Zolana. And I remember your post on LinkedIn on this issue of communication, and I responded to that post. I don't know whether you saw it. The African Union usually has a theme for each year, and a particular department leads that. Last year, the theme was around education, and that's why the colloquium last year, which was the first colloquium, kind of tallied with that. It aligned with that. This year, excuse me, it's around reparation, something like that. The Department for Political Affairs, I think that's the department that is lead. So I responded that because just like you've mentioned, if we focus on just satellite communication, it has so many cost-cutting benefits. People can make calls, people can, this activity we are having is because of some satellite connectivity. There can be communication when it comes to weather. So many things can just happen. And so my proposal is for the African Union to take a theme around satellite communication and connectivity for 2027. And I was going to communicate with you later. Maybe we can work and write maybe a concept note for the African Union for them to consider this. I know they already have a theme for next year. That's I'm thinking 2027 or worst case 2028. The other thing about 2027 is that IRIS Squared, which is the EU platform for communication, it's supposed to kind of start kind of the initial it should come active. So the initial level of activities will start. And I'm also aware that the EU plans to extend that access for Africa, just like they did for GMES and stuff. That sounds nice, but the question is how long shall we continue depending on external support and external infrastructure? In fact, even some European countries, even though they are part of the Irish Square, they still want to have their own independent communication infrastructure because it's something around national security. So just to buttress your point, the issue of satellite communication, internet access is very key when it comes to development and is strongly connected to all the aspirations as contained in Agenda 2063. So we can put all this together and bring it before the heads of state of the African Union and see where that goes. Carla, you want to say some? Okay. Dr. Zolana, you want to respond if I call Carla?
Carla, please. Carla, raise the hand
Okay.
first, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what you said. Thank you. And I agree the big challenge in space, I think we have, I mean, worldwide, but in Africa, there's a lot of ego and a lot of agenda that is outside of what is actually needed by the country. And it was, like I mentioned yesterday, we can't keep chasing technology for the sake of technology. It's a tool. We use it to solve problems. And so, I mean, in the theme of reparation, I think every government or each space agency in Africa today has the responsibility to not repeat mistakes of the past and to do things positively moving forward. And so I think lessons learned, I think you owe it to the world to write a paper on your lessons learned. And I think, you know, satellites and space technology have got cheaper. I mean, in Earth observation, I would make a safe bet that most countries are spending more on buying data than it costs to put up their own satellite, you know, and then they have the data when it's required and how they require it. And if each of the countries that had a satellite put these together, as I mentioned, into a virtual constellation, we would have data real time, well, in as much as every day or every second day. So I really am excited about the things that you have to say and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you so much for for the challenge, and I think Porto is here as well. So, on a project manager, we need to work really in a paper as well from lessons learned. And then, yeah, I'll start with Carla, and then with what Etim said. Carla, you know, I get really frustrated sometimes, as you say. We keep on just chasing things that we don't even understand. This is what sometimes scares me, you know. So if you see Europe, they cannot fund the space program alone, right? They come together as a block, right? They are far more well sustainable financially, right? How can we dare to do space programs individually in the continent, right? And this is why we're struggling, because on the other hand, I've seen a lot of space African countries trying to build space programs without considering that they need to do massive investments from the beginning. You know, uh, if we see today the whole space program concept in terms of funding, the governments had to step in to put some funding in place, because you cannot have a resilience and really impact space program without great infrastructures. At the beginning, you're going to have to buy information. You're going to have to buy knowledge. There is no shortcut for that, right? You cannot try to have a baby in 1 month, right? It will take 9 months to have a baby, you know? So, and we Africans has to understand the cycles on if you need to build a space programs to have an impact, you know. And Etim, you know, I really would like to challenge you as we speak. We should be training more young Africans to come up with their own startups, right? And I can champion that. I can talk with my cohorts. I can talk with the private sector. Why we are not having more young Africans with their own startups? As Carla said, today there is immense data available out there. I'll just tell you something. It's crazy, and we don't have a high resolution satellite data in Africa. Can you believe that? We have over 50 satellites launched. In some cases, we are launching satellites with the mission of having the worst temporal or spatial resolution than free Landsat data, right? Why are we doing that, right? Why are we doing this anyway? So if a country right now in Africa will need a high resolution satellite data, let's say 30 centimeters, nobody can supply it, you know? So there is so much opportunities in the continent, Etim. I think we should be pushing for give opportunities for more African young diasporas and the continent to come up with a company. Let's help them. Let's help them get these companies off the ground, get this get funded, get guidance. When we're talking about new space economy, what does it mean? Right? We just came from Egypt talking about new space economy. What does it mean? It means we need to have a private sector working. Otherwise, it's going to be a theory, right? The only way we can have a new space economy in the continent, if we have local companies, the examples of South Africa, the example of Kenya. I would like to announce that June in Angola, we're going to be having two big conferences. Angotic, one of our biggest ICT conference. We're gonna have more than 100 startups being there, and all the industry, and we invite all the world to come here and to see how we can help them get funded, some of these startups. And we're also this is gonna be in June 12 and 14, and Porto can send the dates on the chat. And then on June 22 to 25th, we're going to have the US Africa Business Summit once again to promote our African opportunities. And the first time we're going to have a space discussion on the US Africa Business Summit. The whole idea that I'll be championing and I'll be really recommending the Angolan government is we need to have more startups. ICT, emerging technology startup from Africans. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Zolana. Quite interesting points you've made there, and I mean, it's nice to hear about Ankotic. It's been growing, and I'm happy to see what's outlined for this year. Just like you pointed out yesterday, I think the discussion really zeroed in around building the ecosystem around startups. And the colleagues from RIS, they actually really showed some of the research that they are doing using Kenya as a case study. And I put out one or two slides from their presentation on LinkedIn. I think, like you said, maybe we need to have some deeper or closer discussions around this issue of building the ecosystem around the industry, around private sector. And Carla actually made a very strong suggestion yesterday, proposing for the establishment of an African Space Industry Association. The idea around that is that at the national level, we have industry associations or groups. So like in Morocco, there is the MISI, a group that is trying to push for the development of Morocco's industry. In Tunisia, there is the Tunisia Space Association. I know Carla was, I don't know if you're the founder or one of the founders of the South African Space Association, which was the industry was leading South African space program long before the government came in to set up SANSA and SAXA. Well, if you remove the National Security Party, the Green Sat and those other things, but so she was very much involved in that. And of course, they have ZA Space Inc. right now in South Africa. So those concepts are things we can build up at national level and see how we can push that at the continental level. So we still have a few more minutes. Let me just see whether there are some comments and questions in the chat box. There's a comment, Nelly calls it the romanticization of space. So that's quite interesting. There's a question from Alexander around your thoughts about funding space education for citizens. from poor, or they say you shouldn't call them poor countries, you should call them developing countries. So what are your thoughts around funding space education?
Uh, yes, I think this is a great question from Alexander. Alexander, I come from a very poor family, and the what took me from the poverty, and we have the famous old saying from Nelson Mandela. I think education is one of the most powerful thing one can have, and this is exactly another frustration that I have. I see we the country who is really doing, how can I put it in a very nice way? We are the ones who are struggling with the poverty and everything in the continent, and we investing less in education. And I mean quality in education, because it matters. I've seen it in firsthand. If we don't invest in quality in education, we are in trouble. And my suggestion as well, Tim, on this question, and thank you so much for Alexander for putting this question in the chat. Let's find ways to fund more young Africans to get education in space. Doesn't cost a lot. I'm putting here even GDPN. I'm putting myself on the front of line, really, to have funding to help some Africans to get education. Because if we don't do this, Etienne, all these nice discussions that we're trying to do, we only have one team, we only have one color in the continent, right? We need to multiply fast, all the way from Sudan to Kenya, you know. So if we don't have funding opportunities for young Africans to get educated, so they understand the challenges that they'll be facing, we're gonna fail miserable. We took 7 years. I think GGPN has trained one of the most skilled engineers around the Southern Africa region. It took us 7 years, even after they got their masters and PhDs, sending them to some space industry all over the world to get educated, being evaluated all the time, being very strict with the education, and also that is the only way we can also give them opportunities then to create their own thing, right? I really believe funding education in the continent should be another priority as we speak it.
Okay, thank you. Just saw a comment in it. Okay. All right. Carla, I know you raised your hand up initially. I know you've put some comments around something around infrastructure. Do you want to speak on that quickly?
Yeah, I thought you were running out of time, so I just put it in the comments. We're working on a program, one of the spinouts. So I just wanted to say you're absolutely right about the pipeline, Dr. Zolano. For the Meerkat telescope in South Africa, there were a handful of radio astronomers in Africa, and we started with a pipeline of engineers 10 years before we built Meerkat. So when we built Meerkat, it was built by the engineers that were trained in our education program. And actually, the scientists now working on the telescope were scientists that were trained up to do that. Now there are many hundreds of astronomers using our infrastructure within Africa. So I think your pipeline is exactly the right way to do it. What I put in the comment is we're developing a program now. We'll soon be rolling out the pilot. And it's a technology we developed in Soreo called Ironhive. It's a high-performance computer that's cooled in a box of mineral oil, so it doesn't need a data center. You can literally drop this box on a piece of concrete, attach power, whether it's solar or normal power, and internet if possible, and this computer can work as a mini data center in the most rural of areas. It doesn't need to be in a special facility. And on this, we want to put these across Africa to develop Africa's first distributed supercomputer. And on this, we want to put an open source platform where we make data freely available to governments and citizens and academics. And we would hope then that young digital entrepreneurs can develop applications and develop solutions which they could develop, via the internet or on cell phones. And I think given access to the data and the computing, I think young people across Africa could develop a host of solutions, that they haven't been able to until now. So we do hope to successfully roll this out, but hopefully this will add to one of the solutions we've been talking about today. Thanks.
Thanks, Carla. Sorry, so while you're still here, because I'm not sure you may have whether you may be here later in the day. I know this project you did around the Moon Africa to Moon mission. There's a paper coming much later around the strategic value of the moon and Africa's participation. So just in case you're not available at that time, I just wanted to say something, whether there's a business case for Africa to participate in a moon mission. This is not unconnected to what Dr. Zolana has mentioned. So in late June, the US Africa Business Summit will be holding. And of course, we know that the US is leading the Artemis program, which Angola, Nigeria, and I think Rwanda are signatories to. South Africa is not yet a signatory. I don't know that there are plans to be to join that. So I just wanted your thoughts on that. I know I mean, the science is good, but the business part of it, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Africa to Moon, for those who don't know, we're going to put these radio telescopes that we've designed. They're ball-shaped to do first-time science on the moon. This will be Africa's first space exploration mission. And so, yes, like you say, it's great for science, it's great for, education and inspiration. But in the early stages of this project, in developing the technology, using the same technology as the telescope, we have designed an low-cost, non-invasive animal tracking system that doesn't need satellites for people to be able to farmers to be able to track their animals over long distances and the health of their animals. We've also developed an emergency system where you have no access to cell phones or satellite phones, that you would still be able to get emergency signals out using this same technology as the telescope. We've also developed a positioning system on the lunar surface, or could be used on Mars or other celestial bodies. And this positioning system could be utilized by many other space programs and has not been developed yet. Even the Chinese themselves are not using this system. So the point I'm making is that in the early days of this program, spin-out technologies have already come from our Moonball project. And so I think the real benefit to some of these space exploration projects, aside from the science benefit and academic benefits and inspirational benefits, are these spin-out technologies and applications that always happen from these projects. It happened from Meerkat, it'll happen from SKA, and it's happening from our Moonball project. So I think that's really where the benefit on the ground and the economic return comes outside of academia and education. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carla. Dr. Zulana, any final word? Any final from your side?
No, from my side, really just thank you, Tim, and everybody on the call for the opportunity to be able to share and learn with you. Carla, will definitely follow up with you in LinkedIn, because I really liked a lot of things you shared, and we also now getting into more to space science and astronomy, but we're still on the learning mode. I think if very quickly on what Carla was mentioning, Tim, I would like really to see how ASLI can work with our young Africans, because the US has been complaining on why we don't have more Africans in the Artemis Accord. And I don't get it either, because when my government says, Alana, why we should join the Artemis Accord, my simple question was, does it harm if we're just going to go there and learn? I don't think there is any harm on learning, right? Artemis Accord right now, that is the biggest space agency sitting on that place. I think we Africans have a unique opportunity to go there and learning from some of the most powerful agencies in the world. It's amazing the tacit knowledge they share in these discussions. So I think we need also to have more group of young Africans really advocating and sharing more the importance of us to get them on space science and astronomy and you name it. So finally, Tim, as you know, I really here to support for anything you might need. For the young African community, I see here some rehab and some faces that really I'm very proud because they show up. I think Nelly, rehab, they show up. And this is what we should be doing, you know. We need to show up, you know, in the biggest space conferences. We need though to learn and things will take off. Don't be afraid about funding. If I tell you how we funded the Angolan space program, you won't believe it. My PhD costed $100,000, and today I'm generating as services and part of the lot of thing I learned from my PhD out of $50 million. Can you believe it? So the most important is thing always is invest your knowledge. Believe me, you're gonna be a return on investment. However, as long as a good education, I've seen a lot of people doing shortcuts. It never pays off. You know, go and to the best schools, to the best universities, to the best in the industry, and you're gonna get the return on investment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Zolana. So if you can go to GW, you can, because that's a nice place to be actually, and you'll be very close to the White House. So it's a stone's throw from the White House also. Okay, thanks a lot. I'm just wondering whether we should take one more screenshot since we have more people join. If it's not too much for us, let's just take one more screenshot. If you want to put on your camera, that would be. Apologies for the inconvenience. Sorry. I still see some discussions coming up. Request for factual data documents. That I think that's from Dr. Zolana. That's fine. Okay, I'm about to take it now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, what's happening here? All right. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Zolana, once again. And with this, I think we can start the sessions. And to moderate the first session is Rehab. Rehab has been I call her an associate of ASLI. She's always very supportive and always part of ASLI's program. Rehab wears many hats or which is the right word for ladies now. One of the ones that are which is very close to my heart is Tonsa. She's one of those who initiated and is involved with the Tunisia Space Association, which is an industry-led organization trying to develop the Tunisia space ecosystem. But she's involved in several other organizations like Asteroid Foundation, Space Tech in Gulf, of course, SGAC, IISL, and so many other organizations. She's a space lawyer and very much involved in space governance also. So without much further ado, I hand over to Rehab to moderate the next session. Thank you.
I'm muted. Thank you. Thank you for this kind introduction, and thank you for your kind words, and for Dr. Zolana kind words. It's such a delight to hear his insights, alongside Carla insights, of course, about how we can, as a young African, thrive in this ecosystem. And yeah, I do believe it's on us to lead the way to it. Thank you all, and hi Aisha. Pleased to see you here, and pleased to see a lot of familiar faces. So without further go, let's start our session for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you to this session 4 of the second colloquium on African Outer Space Program. Today's session is very timely and very critical. We're going to talk on international partnership and trade, and it comes at pivotal moment for Africa space sector. With over 20 African countries now operating space program and over 60 satellite has been launched, and we see like global, let's say space foreign nations like China and entities such as the European Union, and we have some emerging countries like Argentina engaging in the continent space ambition. We are here witnessing a new era of opportunity. Our speakers will unpack these dynamics from export controls to learn strategies, offering insights into how Africa can navigate this global landscape for maximum benefit. I do believe our first speaker is with us, Sandra Umangi. Today, she will explore the challenges and opportunities of export control regimes, Eastern Africa Space Corporation, shed a light on how these frameworks can shape the future of Africa space ambitions. Sandra, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
right?
I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Give me a second.
All right.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody. And thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be here. So today I would like to unpack the challenges that Africa is facing, especially when dealing with partnerships, with international space partnerships. So Africa is currently engaged in different space partnerships with China, then with Europe, with the US. There are so many. But then before I go into that, let me give a brief introduction about myself. So I'm currently a PhD candidate at the Beijing Institute of Technology in China, and this is my final year. This research is part of my dissertation. So yeah, means quite a bit. So I look forward to all your, comments and everything. So could we move to the next slide? Okay, so my discussion is going to be a bit brief and to the point. We're going to talk about the importance of export controls in the space sector, the role these regimes have in safeguarding the sensitive technologies, also how they ensure national security and how they promote international cooperation. And also, of course, the focus will be on the challenges that are faced between the Sino-Africa Space Corporation regarding export controls. Next page, please.
Sandra, are you there?
I'm here. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, let me get back to the presentation, please. I apologize for this. Okay. Can you see my screen? All good?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay. Yes.
All right, so a brief background. First of all, we need to know what export controls are. Export controls are regulations and policies that are implemented by different countries with the aim of restricting the transfer of specific goods that could be probably technologies or sensitive information to other countries. So this transfer could handle issues or could handle critical issues like national security and also prevent the proliferation of sensitive technologies while also safeguarding intellectual property rights. So because of Africa's increasing involvement in space exploration and the fact that Africa is still up and coming, just like Dr. Zolana and Carla talked about, the increasing space activities within the continent. Africa's focus is on remote sensing, telecommunications, and Earth observation. However, this cannot be said for its international partners. For instance, China. China is more interested in its global space actor, I could say, status. And also it's more interested in its, lunar missions. It's more interested in national security and all. So you find that these two different reasons are a bit contrasting. And so we need to find similar ground where both parties can actually mutually benefit from the collaboration. So the African Space Policy, adopted in 2016, of course, aims to ensure cooperation, aims to grow the African space environment. However, of course, some challenges have been found. Next page, please. So the few challenges that are prevalent, of course, these are not the only challenges, but the few challenges that are prevalent regarding export control in Africa are basically the fact that we lack harmonization as a continent, first of all. African countries have very different laws, very different legal systems. So the disharmony in our regulations creates a fragmentation in the legal system. And so, of course, the African Union comes in to try and bridge the gap or try to close whatever disharmony we face. But these different levels of regulatory frameworks create different interpretations, different applicability, and also there's a different importance that is placed upon the different exports or understanding of the different exports within African countries. So this is a major challenge. And also, we may have developed systems. For instance, our major space actors are South Africa, Nigeria, and I think Tunisia as well. So some may have developed systems, but then we as a continent do not have enough resources or enough expertise. And this has been addressed by Dr. Zolana, Carla, and also it was spoken about in yesterday's session. So this is also another challenge that we have. And if we don't have very clear legal systems, then implementing or carrying out whatever plans we have would be hindered. So the unified approach, we have no unified approach. So we may have the African Union, and the African Union has the space policy and space strategy, but is it enough to create a unified approach to these space controls, to the space activities? My paper gives a critical analysis of the space policy and the gaps that it has. It is more recommendation than actual implementation or whatever. So this leaves it to the African states to implement or to try to ratify the recommendations that the space policy gives. And I believe this is not enough in order to deal with the disharmony that we as African states have towards these export controls or general space law as a whole. Next page, please. The second challenge that we have is we have a very limited institutional capacity. Now, institutional capacity can be in the different institutions that handle space activities. For instance, Carla suggested we have a sort of association. Now, these kind of institutions would help to mitigate whatever risks. It would help to bridge the knowledge gaps that we may have. But because we are, disunited, there's that disharmony, we don't have the institutional capacity to actually build our legal system as it should be. And so we don't have the resources and we don't have the technical capacity to enforce these export control regulations. And if we don't have the resources or the knowledge, we'll not understand what export control regulations are, we'll not understand the categories of technologies that are being limited by, for instance, the MTCR or that are limited by the Wasana Agreement. So we need to have more resources or, yes, the technical capacity or the legal capacity to handle these regulations. So it makes it difficult for African states to ensure compliance with international standards and also to manage the sensitive technology transfers effectively. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So the best ways or the recommendations that could be given to handle these challenges, because of course there are other challenges to export controls, like maybe balancing exports and national security, or balancing export controls and sovereignty, or data controls and all that. All those are challenges, but those challenges cannot be overcome if we do not have a legal framework that could actually help to guide or give a proper procedure, deal with the ambiguity that we have in dealing with these exports, with these export regulations. So we need to establish regional mechanisms for coordination, information sharing, and harmonization. And I do agree with Carla on this because she spoke about a virtual constellation for the continent. Now, if we have something like this, then it would be easy to coordinate, to share information or data. And so the risks associated with export controls could be reduced. And then training and capacity building. This has also been addressed. We need to set up institutions, education, as Dr. Zolana emphasized. Education from the grassroots is very important, especially for a budding space sector within the continent. So we need to, as individuals, as private actors, as governments, we need to pool funds. We need to have a way to pool funds that could actually be put towards training and building capacity for space lawyers, for space engineers, and everything space related. Then we need clear and consistent guidelines for export controls. Now, one of the main issues that Africa could face is the dual-use nature of some of these technologies. For instance, Africa is focused on remote sensing. But then if we are partnering with China, China is more interested in security and more interested in control, okay? So if they have, according to the agreements that they have with African states, if there's a clause that states that China will have maybe majority or 100% data control over any data that has been received or collected from a satellite that is funded by them or that is controlled by them. This creates issues because then most of these satellites have dual use natures, military and civilian. And because it's not easy to distinguish between these two, African states could fall victim to the dual use applications that most of these satellites have. So we as a nation as a continent need to be more alert, more awake towards these things, because these international partnerships also create power gap issues. And these power gap issues create dependencies. And as we've seen, most Africans do not have the funding or the capacity to fund their own satellites from ground up. So we rely on maybe foreign funding or some sort of help to get it taken. But if our partners are more powerful than we are, then we are subjected to a more dependent position, which does not look good for us and also for our future. Next slide, please. And then we could also improve our institutional capacity by developing stronger national frameworks to manage these export controls or to manage technology transfers. Now, stronger institutions could be regional frameworks. They could be the African Space Agency, because if we use collective bargaining through the African Space Agency, then the powerful nations would have less, their power or their control could be lessened because of the collective bargaining that Africans would have. So developing these frameworks on a regional or continental basis could help deal with any ambiguities or inconsistencies in application. Regulatory bodies or committees within African states to monitor and enforce these controls. This still goes back to frameworks. We need frameworks that would set up these bodies, and these bodies would handle anything export or anything regarding intellectual property rights, innovations, all this. So it would cure any ambiguities that would have, and also increase our bargaining power, either as a continent or as particular states. It would increase our bargaining power, especially when dealing with stronger partners. And then we could also increase collaboration with foreign parties, for instance, China in this case, for technical assistance and knowledge transfers. Now, China's national policy is that all information must be approved by their national space agency, National Space Administration. So all those policies, so which means every policy or every contract, every agreement that China makes with an African state must be approved by their administration. So if we are to leverage the knowledge that China has and also have control over the technology or the data that's been collected, we need to have a more collective bargaining standpoint, a more collective bargaining platform, and this would be the African Space Agency. Next slide, please. So let's look at the difference between the African export control systems and the Chinese export control systems. So China's is more developed, and recently they have improved their space control regulations. However, African states, like I said earlier, African states do not have a robust export control legal framework. And even if they do, it's not as expansive as it should be. So if the African system is compared to the Chinese system, Africa is lacking by miles. Then we have differences in interpretation and enforcement of these export controls. So China is more technologically developed. And if we are to talk about African countries that China has had collaborations with, for instance, South Africa or Nigeria, still we have different understanding of export controls. And we seem to place different meaning or different interpretation to these export controls. So for China, it may be very, very important. But then for African states, they'll be like, data controls, not that important. As long as we get the information we want for our remote sensing, then that's it. So so we seem to place different levels of understanding or different levels of interpretation or enforcement to the export controls based on our understanding of our needs at the time, which tends to be different from our international partners. Next slide, please. And then the dual-use technology issue. Yes. Most of the satellites are dual use. And agreements between China and African states, most of them require China to have data control, which is not good for African states because them having these data control rights tend to create a backdoor for them to use the satellites for whatever. So it could be military, surveillance, or whatever. So we need to leverage our bargaining rights in order to ensure that we have full data control of whatever data is collected from African satellites. Then the stringent regulations that ensure these technologies are used responsibly and for peaceful purposes. So if we have very stringent export control regulations, chances are that we shall be barred from maybe reproduction, or our innovation as a continent would be stamped down because of these stringent regulations surrounding export control or the technologies. So this goes the same way for the IPR rights. If the IPR laws are very stringent, then our innovation would be dampened. We cannot, what's that? We cannot innovate based on what is already in place, because that could be referred to as maybe a breach of IP rights or whatever. So there's also a downside to having very stringent regulations. So we need to have a balance on what is stringent and what is not. And this takes me back to open access systems. These open access systems could help African states access the information they need to encourage their innovation, as much as protect the security or data that the international partners are trying to keep secret. Next slide, please. So solutions are transparency and coordination. Joint committees to monitor, regulate technology transfer, which ensures transparency. Now, this solution is a bit difficult because China's policy is more closed door. So China does not publish their agreements. It does not publish more information about their collaboration agreements or anything. So this would be a bit tight or tough to accomplish based on their policy. But then we as a state should collectively request or demand for transparency, especially if we are going to have a more collaborative projects or anything to do with technology and space. And then we also need to have a mutual understanding of export control requirements and procedures. This takes us back to capacity building, education, among others. Next slide, please. And then African states should also assess the dual-use nature of space technologies and implement control measures to prevent misuse. What I've noticed is most African states use turnkey satellites, in that they have China produce the satellite and just hand it over to them. So this kind of locks them out of understanding what capabilities this satellite can or cannot do. So it's important to assess the capabilities of the satellites that we get or that we commission from our foreign partners. And then clear guidelines on the permissible use and recipients of dual-use technologies to mitigate risks. This still takes us back to the production process. We need to know how or what we can and cannot do with the satellites that have been provided to us. Although, of course, it's advisable for Africans to have hands-on experience in the production process of the satellites. That allows us to be more innovative, and in the end, we can be able to create our own. Next slide, please.
Sandra, just a quick heads up. There's less than 5 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So case studies in this are South Africa and Nigeria, because they are the ones that have had the most activity in space and also the most partnerships. Next slide, please. Next. Is that the end?
It's your recommendation, regional cooperation.
Oh, okay. So the recommendations for regional cooperation are creating a regional framework. And we have 4 or 5 regions. And from these regions, we can table it at the African Union or the African Space Agency for a more collective approach. And it should align with the international norms and also harmonize the different interpretations and approaches to space export control regimes. Thank you. Is that the end? Oh, capacity building. Still, this has already been talked about. Next slide, please. All right, so the challenges that Africa faces are roundabout. There are quite many, but then because of what we're doing now at ASL, I believe that we have a chance to actually overcome these challenges. And then collaborative efforts are encouraged. Strengthening these measures would enable African nations to participate more effectively in global space cooperation and ensure responsible transfer. So thank you so much. This should mark the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Thank you for this insightful presentation. Now we open up the floor for a brief Q&A session. Like, I think John Mark has a question here. Now that many countries in Africa have partnership with China, does this create tension between the US-backed Artemis Accords and China Deep Space Exploration Laboratory? If a country signs the Artemis Accord but not the Deep Space Exploration Laboratory Initiative, could that strain its cooperation with China? Thanks for the great question, John Mark. Sandra, any comments? Oh, we cannot hear you. You are muted.
Sorry. All right, let's start with the first question. Now that African countries have partnerships with China, does this create tension between the US-backed Artemis Accords and China's Deep Space Exploration Laboratory? Well, all this is geopolitical, and China's foreign policy is more about expansion. So right now, African states that have signed the Artemis Accord are 3 countries. But then China and Russia came up with the Lunar Research Station, which kind of, it tries to counter the Artemis Accords. And we have some African countries that have signed on for the Lunar Research Station. So this does not stop the cooperation, because it's all about what do we benefit from this. However, we as a continent, we as African states, need to go into these agreements with our eyes wide open and our ears on the ground, because none of these agreements are perfect. So we need to look for agreements that actually align with our interests. Or we need to look at agreements that we have an opportunity to leverage our needs. We have an opportunity to sit at the same table and talk about what needs to be done. Then for the second question, if a country signs the Artemis Accords but not the initiative, the DSLSEL initiative, could that strain its cooperation with China? I don't think so, because China's foreign policy is not aggressive, okay? The Chinese have a more gentle, I would say gentle yet aggressive approach, okay? If you don't know it, it would be very gentle. So I don't think it would strain the relationship, but China aims to win more African partnerships, because that could give it leverage on the global stage, especially when it comes to decision making. Yeah. Any questions?
Okay. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, John. So Dr. Aisha here is asking, what institution should host the regional export control framework? Do you think it can be mandate for AFSA?
I believe so, because the AFSA is the best institution to be able to leverage all the interests of African states. And through the AFSA, we can have a more collective bargaining power over partners or countries that have more financial power or more whatever, countries that are more technologically advanced than African states. So the AFSA is the best institution, I would say. However, we also need regional frameworks. These regional frameworks should be able to back the AFSA's mandate. Yeah.
Thank you, Sandra. Just one question, and we give the floor for other speakers to intervene. So space treaty for Africa neither nor that either or in geopolitics and exopolitics in best interest of Africa and nature of rights in space law treaty.
I'm not sure I
I'm not sure.
understand
Me
this
too, actually.
question.
Okay. Okay, so we move on to Safira. What's the role of the African Space Agency in this agreement and international partnership? Shall be directly involved, or shall we leave it to countries to decide? I think you have already replied to the question, but if you have anything other to say, just feel free, Sandra.
Oh, okay. Should African states let the AFSA decide, or should they get involved directly? Of course, they should get involved because this is about them and the AFSA represents them. So any ideas, the AFSA could have a committee, maybe a committee that has all the national representatives. And it's this committee that would table all the needs or all the interests of the different African states.
Thank you. Nelly, thank you. Thank you for your perspective. African states should support militarism at the global level. Signing agreements here and there will mean strengthening, growing the popular geopolitical division for the moon, which is in the long run might not be the best model. Everything looks innocent now, but the problem is how long will be stay that way. Okay. Any comments, Sandra, on that? And before we move on to our next speakers?
Okay, I do agree with Nelly. Everything looks innocent until it's not. So like I said, we need to have eyes open and ears on the ground so that we stick to what our interests are, because all our international partners are focused on their personal interests, their national interests. So we as a continent, we as African states need to also focus on our interests and not give any leeway. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Sandra, for this insightful presentation and for sharing your invaluable perspective with us. Now moving on to our next speakers, please welcome Tandu, Mati, and Nelly Helen Erika, two visionary leaders. Their analysis of Africa, China and Africa European Union collaboration will highlight how international cooperation and maybe knowledge exchange core layers of our strategic vision as African can drive development and position Africa as a key player in the global space economy. Nelly and Sanzo, the floor is yours, and please, will you give us like a brief introduction, please, before present? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me, Rehab?
Yes, perfectly. I can.
Perfect.
Okay, can see you. Yes, I can see you.
Okay.
I can see Tanto as well. Hi, Tanto.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you so much for having us. I and Tando are at the University of Manchester. Tando is doing his master's in global development. I guess we'll talk more about his background later. And why I'm doing my PhD in politics. So it's kind of like this presentation and the paper we are working on. We really need your inputs. It's a blend of geopolitics and development as well. So essentially, we are looking at the models in which EU and China is cooperating with Africa when it comes to space technology. And we are trying to understand, does this look familiar with what is going on with development broadly outside the space sector? How do these two political actors relate with Africa? And there's a lot of literature on comparing Africa with EU and China relations in Africa. It's an established literature in development studies. So what we want to do is to look at it with regards to space. So I think I would let Tando go ahead with his side of the presentation, and then I'll come in later.
Great, thank you. I want to confirm if you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it, Tando. Yeah, looks good.
Okay, great. I'm glad that we came after Sandra's presentation.
Yeah.
Because it actually goes in very high detail on the technical happenings behind the scenes with all these cooperation agreements. So we're going to be keeping up with the same theme. However, we're not going to go into detail on how these agreements are structured and so forth. Like Nelly said, we're going to look at it from a geopolitical standpoint and a development perspective. So it's more of a qualitative approach. This is the outline of the presentation. We're going to introduce space and development, talk about how both of those relate, and then we'll introduce the theoretical lens from which we're going to be looking at this. And then we are also going to talk about, to compare how the EU and China are cooperating with Africa, and then we check out the methodology that we're proposing to follow with this research. And then we'll draw your attention to some early indications that we're seeing so far. Like Nelly said, this is a paper in development, so we're still working on it, and we brought it here so that we can ask the right questions, and with your input, we can direct our research in the relevant direction. So Africa has generally been described in the developmental sense as a continent that is facing multiple development hurdles, and there's so many interventions that have been proposed. But in recent dialogue, we have started to see space become a common denominator and being flouted as a solution. And if you check all the language in the African space policy and the African space strategy, it is that we are going to go to space so that we solve better the socioeconomic problems that are on Earth. Now, in doing this, we started to forge cooperations with the EU, with China, with the United States, and with individual states in the EU, like France as well. So now, when you then question the agency of Africa itself outside of our cooperation, it really starts to get interesting. So then first of all, why did we choose EU and China? That is a question that we're going to be answering later on. But as you know, like I alluded to earlier, Africa is cooperating with many different states and entities. But broadly speaking, China has bilateral relationships with many African states at the state level, and their cooperation is in launch facilities, launch capabilities, as well as ground infrastructure. And China recently has been putting a lot of emphasis on their Global Development Initiative and the Belt and Road Initiative. And under this broad umbrella is where space cooperation and fits in, especially under digital connectivity. While on the other hand, EU is taking more of an Africa approach at a high level, at the AU level. And most recently, we have the Africa Space Program, which is running under the Global Gateway Program. It has been funded to a tune of 80 million to 100 million euros, if I'm not mistaken. And it builds up from the African Union, European Union dialogue that has always been going on since, I believe, around 2007 or so. And now for the year 2025, they recently had a ministerial summit about 2 weeks ago, I think. And they're building up to this, and they're calling it the hashtag AU-EU 2025. Now, as for that relationship, I don't think I want to comment on that at this moment. When you look at programs from the AU, like the GMES and Africa program, you had about 45 countries out of the 50 countries, 54 African countries participating in that program, or one way or another, the GMES and Africa had a footprint in 45 of the African countries. And that's on the EU side. And then on the Chinese side, we have close to 20 African countries that are participating in the space race. And already, even those that are hopeful have agreements with China. And that takes it up to about 23 countries, more than half of the African countries right now who are hopeful or are participating in the space race have some form of bilateral agreement with China. And a few cases stand out. I won't dwell on this too much because Sandra has already alluded to Nigeria and South Africa. But South Africa really plays a big role as a founding member of the BRICS. And it recently was proposed that there should be a BRICS Space Council. And this complicates things because then at that meeting, when that was proposed, some of the members questioned the need for formal agreements. They're saying, oh, no, maybe let's not have it formally agreed that we are going to cooperate in the space sector as BRICS and so forth. And then they said, okay, we'll talk about it in 2027. So that's in like 2 years. I believe it's going to be in India, or is it? Yeah, I think it's going to be in India. They're going to talk about that. And outside of the BRICS, South Africa has actually made very interesting contributions to the International Lunar Research Station, which is fronted by China and Russia, as we know. And then in North Africa, I included Egypt in North Africa because apart from it hosting the African Space Agency, the facilities and the grounds in which the African Space Agency is hosted are called the Space City. And most of it, including finance and infrastructure, came through cooperation with China. Now, the nature of that cooperation is something that we can question later on. But at the moment, we just need to highlight it as a very interesting case. And then when you look at more of software side cooperation, China has their Beidou constellation, and they've done trials for some applications of it in Morocco and in South Africa. And at the same time, the EU is also pushing for similar applications of their navigation satellites powered by the Galileo constellation. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then there are countries like Ethiopia who are playing both sides, so to speak. You have satellite manufacturing, assembly, integration, and testing facilities that are being built with the cooperation of a French group of companies. But in terms of launching its 3 Earth observation satellites, they have been launching with China. And then, of course, we have the Nigerian case, which we all know was a very big deal, about $500 million buyout, including then consequent satellite launches that Nigeria did. So when you look at it from a high level now, what sort of themes do you see China and the EU following when they are cooperating with Africa? In terms of capacity building, most African countries either send their engineers to China, or in the case of Egypt, for example, they will import engineers from China and house them in Egypt for them to train Egyptian professionals. Well, that looks like a very good model, because now we have localized sort of the development of intellectual property and the development of our technical capability. You will see later on that it complicates issues, because in the case of Egypt, for example, some reports are showing us that China then maintains a permanent presence of professionals in those facilities. Now, given the high stakes nature of space technology and space capacity, it's really questionable. While on the EU side, they have really fronted capacity building to a very high level, and they have always done training programs. However, like what Nelly said during Sandra's presentation, it's okay now, but in the future, it's something that we might have to question because, for example, when professionals, including myself, because my background is in Earth observation, when we get trained in Earth observation and remote sensing, the platforms that we're using belong to the EU. The data that we're using also belongs to the EU. Now, going on to data sharing, you will find that, as well, Sandra alluded to earlier, the nature of data access behind closed doors when you cooperate with China is something that you really should question. While the agreements may not directly be speaking to data sharing, China maintains backdoor access to the data that your satellites are capturing. And most of the times, this data has military level surveillance capabilities. And on the EU side, you find that they are more open with their data sharing strategies. Some of these agreements actually just come off as, we are here to provide for you data so that you can use. So in that regard, there's a very high cooperation in terms of data sharing. While on the ground infrastructure side, the EU has not really made significant investment in ground infrastructure. While they have done that, it is not to the same degree as China has done, for example, in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Egypt, and many other places out of those 23 that we mentioned. They have tried to build ground stations and various communication infrastructure. And in terms of finance and capital, both the EU and China cooperate highly on this arena. And now the most interesting part for me is the military and security capacity. So the EU does not really speak about military and security when they talk about their agreements in the space industry with us as Africans. But it is worth noting and something that we should pay attention to, that the Global Gateway Program runs under sort of the defense arm of the EU. So that is something very interesting. While China is not shy to show us the military side or the security side of their sort of cooperation agreements with African states. And to that effect, China rarely mention the issues of governance and human rights or gender equity issues and access to other forms of development under space. They always speak of it from an industrial perspective, an infrastructure perspective. While the EU, on the other hand, if you go through the Africa Space document, you will see that under their goals, they have very explicit mention of improving governance mechanisms, improving equitable access in terms of gender to space technology and space education. And so the EU really emphasizes on the human side or the developmental side of space, while China leans less towards that side. I think I've already alluded to point number 8. And then in terms of communication, this is something that I actually learned during this research. I did not know that South Africa and Morocco were actually trialing the use of Beidou constellation services. And the EU as well is trying to push for an S-bus in Africa, and that S-bus is going to be based on EGNOS, which is basically Galileo on its own. And it brings then the question of Dr. Solana kept on emphasizing on this, the regional cooperation that we need in terms of communication satellites and so forth. Why then, if we're going to be, if Africa has the capability to do something like RASCOM and scale it up, why then do we keep on leaning towards Beidou, and why then are we accepting S-bus to come from Galileo? It means that these guys, basically, when you summarize this, China and the EU are both seeking dominance through their services in Africa, and they're also seeking a market for their services. I have to bring in the United States on this, even though it comes from a private sector deal. it makes for a good illustration of how space becomes geopolitical when you look at Starlink, the way they are using Starlink to negotiate for cooperation with other countries. It makes you question the geopolitical importance of communications and PNT when it comes to space cooperation. Now, then the big question becomes, when we get financial and technical support from our partners, does this count as developmental aid, given that space has always been looked at as an elite and nice to have thing? And is it then considered under the architecture of aid? Yet space is generally a security thing and it is geopolitically charged, as we have seen. Now, for the analytical framework that we're going to be using, we're going to be looking at historical institutionalism, and Nelly will take you through on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Nelly.
Tando.
Nelly, just one small note that because Brian, we have like some time constraint here. You have 5 minutes to go, please.
Yeah, 5 minutes, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
We have, yes, I think Tando has covered much of the empirical side of our discussion. So I think I'll just, can I share? Okay. Just let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen all right?
All good.
Okay, I think I started. Okay, so I'll try to be very fast. Thank you so much, Tando, for that extensive discussion. So like you said, this is a working paper, so it's an academic endeavor. So we have to use a theoretical and analytical framework to kind of make our arguments, and we decided to look at historical institutionalism. And the reason why we decided to choose historical institutionalism is because we believe that to understand what what EU and China is doing in Africa when it comes to space, we have to look at the institutions through which cooperation happen. So historical institutionalism is a political concept or a political approach of research where we strongly believe that to understand an institutional trajectory or a political outcome, two things are important. The first is history, and the second is the context and the institution in which that outcome has happened. So Tando just gave us what differs between the EU and China. We see state-to-state models for China, and we see a more African Union approach for Europe. So why is this happening when it comes to space? So our answer is that we have to look at history. How has things been done in the past? What were the steps that led to the China-Africa vision for 2030? How is that relevant for space? We also want to look at choices that were formed at initial stages of this institutional approach. For the EU, we can trace back to 2001 when the EU supported the first Earth observation project in Africa they called it the Pan-African First Observation Pan-African Project, which is PUMA. So we see that when a decision is made at an early stage, let's say you get back home and you hang your coat in a certain place in your new house, the next day you put it up there again and next day up there again, just because as a matter of habit. So this is called institutional logics. So both China and EU would do in space what they are familiar in doing in other areas. Of course, we like to believe that space is unique and space is, a very nice sector, is the final frontier. But when we look at development and geopolitics, we see that there are these traces of path dependency. So I'll just basically talk a bit about critical juncture. So we want to ask questions like, has anything changed in terms of how China and the EU has been dealing with Africa when it comes to space, looking at how China helped in building the first Nigerian satellite, and then looking at other satellite models with Egypt, patterns with South Africa as well, and also looking at how the EU supported Africa at the early stages in the early 2000s, what has changed over the time and what hasn't changed. We also want to really talk about African agency. How is when we say African agencies here, we just mean Africa's capacity to make, political decisions that are very effective in that cooperation. We want to understand how now with EU and with China, how does Africa exert agency? Of course, when it comes to the EU, we can easily see that it's the agency is being expressed through the African Union broadly, because why? The EU has always supported and preferred region-to-region cooperation, and it's quite different for China, where we see that states have more engagements, more bilateral. So we want to look at that. As I said, we want to look at continuity and change, what has changed, what has not changed, which is what really influenced our question on is it the same thing, same old, as China and EU, cooperate with Africa in different sectors? Is space aid, and are they doing the same thing as they would do for a normal aid project? So to answer our questions, we are going to be looking at a lot of policy documents, historical records. We're going to do a bit of ethnographic research. So a lot of the dialogue framing, like Tando said in the beginning, framing is very important. Ideas, how Africa has been seen as a problem. The problematization of Africa, of course, I'm not saying this is not important, but problematization of Africa, saying we need development, how space is being framed into that need to solve a problem, a crisis, and then how do these two states react to using, these two actors rather, react to using space for good, or space for good, that's how I call it. And then we'll look at the broader literature on development assistance. There's so much there as well, but there's very little on space. So we need your support for interviews, for any literature or any material that you can find, especially in regards to both actors. It's quite thin, so we really solicit your support. I think Tando has spoken to most of these already in terms of the change, the agency, or adaptation. For example, when we had the new China, the BRI, the belt. Okay, I'll just call it the BRI. And then we have Global Way. Of course, it's settled in development literature that these two approaches are contrasting. It's a global competition for emerging countries, for new states. How does space play into that? But the political tension right now in the world is quite visible. We see that within Africa, African states are not as uniformly politically aligned like we want to see. Everybody have their primary partners, and how this kind of like teasing into the broader geopolitics when it comes to space is something we really want to look at. And then finally, African Agency with Agenda 2063, with the implementation of the African Space Agency. Is anything going to change? Are we going to see maybe a new model where maybe for China we will have a more continental approach? Would that ever happen? Would Africa be able to, with the AU, be able to accept that agency and be like, state-to-state models are great, but the AU has these principles. We have fundamental rights and human rights, and we want to curb corruption. And although China does not support that, we want to see that. Would that agency happen for the EU? Would the AU have its own model to say, okay, you have all these EO and maybe these levels, but we want to look at something else. We want to look at connectivity, or we want to look at more infrastructure. We need more support for building satellites and not just data services and downstream. So we want to see, would African Agency actually change or remain constant depending on what has happened in the past? So just to summarize our presentation and our arguments, we believe that historical institutionalism gives us a toolkit to understand continuity, to see why what is happening in broader development aid might or is happening when it comes to space. It's a working paper. So, and we want to see how current patterns have actually just shown layered evolution. There has been no drastic rupture or transformation whatsoever, because yes, change when it comes to institutions tend to happen more incrementally than just like a rapid, like a revolution or something that only happens with a big shift. So we'll look at COVID-19 and things like that. Thank you so much for listening to us. Yes, we need support for data. So interviews and things like that, we would need your ideas, your support. If we reach out to you, please do respond. And my email is right here, and you could just send me an email if you have any ideas, or give us a message, and we will be very glad to speak with you. Thanks, Rehab. I hope I did
Thank
not
you.
exceed 5 minutes.
No
Had to
worries,
talk really fast.
No worries, no worries. Thank you. Thanks, Tandu, and thanks, Nelly, for this available presentation. If we have any question here, we will just take one because time is running and we need to move to the next speaker. I see some hands here. Yes, Sansu? Can you hear us, Sansu?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please
Okay,
briefly.
thank you so much. Okay,
Yeah,
no,
go ahead.
for me, it's not a question, it's just a comment to say a note of appreciation. Fine, I've joined late, a bit late for this meeting or session, but yesterday I was present. So I wanted to just pass my comment on the very insightful presentation from the previous two speakers, from Tando and Nedi. Just wanted to add something. I'll just quickly share my screen. It's just a one screenshot thing, if you may allow me.
Go ahead, please, and be brief.
Okay.
As well.
All right. Okay. I hope you can see it. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So, now coming into just to add a comment on the dominance of China or European satellite operators or companies in Africa on space sector related issues. There was once a proposal that came through. I work for the local regulator that came through from some company I won't mention now due to confidential information, of course. But then the thing is, they proposed a project which talks to connectivity around Africa. And they said on the project, they're going to use African satellite operators or African satellites that have been deployed in Africa, and they use those to promote or to render their services. But then I went to check on the database that is being filed to ITU on upcoming satellites where they're going to be activated. So when I checked there, I found that they have beams themselves. They have beams covering Africa, which are ready for deployment or activation. So you can see that if we are not careful on how we can do our research and do our findings or investigations around proposals, so we might find that we agree onto something that might put us in a trap in the future. So that's just that final comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sansu, for that. I'd recommend that you, Nelly, tend to have some sort of discussion together. I don't know, maybe share your email to them. Just a suggestion. So Ricardo, are you there? No, because we're about to move to our next speaker. So I hope Ricardo is there.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ricardo.
Is it possible I could share my slides?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. We have Ricardo Benitez. His presentation will explore how Argentina and African nation can build a mutually beneficial partnership. Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ricardo Benitez. I'm head of research department of the Center for International Policy Studies in Buenos Aires University. And the idea today is to board Argentina and Africa and exploring a mutual beneficial partnership in the space sector. I guess we are really linked what the talking of this morning. So I guess the main topic of this is partnership development, is aid, or maybe is another frame of dependency. And of course, and it's nothing new, all of my colleagues has focused that European Union, China, or even maybe the United States or France, that they are a really important gap in technology and in interest. And I believe that maybe a South-South focus, a cooperation between Latin America and Africa, and in my case, Argentina, it will be a really interesting prospect to exploring in order to see how South-South cooperation could give us another dimensions of partnership in the space sector, maybe more related with interest, capacities, and institutions. So I will go in with this. The objective of this work is to explore how Argentina's space sector is a potential partner for African space sector. So our objectives in this work is identify these aspirational characteristics which could be common, highlight how Argentina's space sectors and differential capacities that we have in the region make us a unique regional partner for African space programs, examine how Argentina's space sector could engage with the African space sector in this win-to-win partnership related with the African space policy, as the Colloquium has said at first, and analyze common limitation and focus on the main cooperation drivers. So we have a main assumption in this descriptive work, which is cooperation between Argentina and African space sector could motorize know-how capacities and improve the commercial links among us. We focus in some study cases, of course, they try to gap the whole African continent is really Hercules work. So our study cases now will be Algeria, Angola, Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco, Mozambique, Senegal, Tunisia, and South Africa. Why this? Because these are the countries with Argentina has more diplomatic links and could be accurate to start this work. The dimension of analysis are these, and we will explore which one: diplomatic ties, the international cooperation, not maybe in the UN dimension, but there are others. The historical space policy evolution of these countries, the national space program capacities, more focus on what Argentina has, and of course, show us these highlight capacities, and the national space budgets, which is a really interesting dimension to explore. So let's start with diplomatic ties. You can see here at the right the countries that we're studying, and the idea is to know we can see that there are a lot of time with Argentina has diplomatic ties with African countries. In some cases, we have to focus on the difference between the relation of the diplomatic ties. In some cases, there are embassies in both countries, in Argentina and the African country, and vice. But in some cases, only Argentina has an embassy in these countries, and African countries has an embassy in Brazil and a concurrence in Argentina. So this is not the same kind of relations. And the other dimension is that not always were continuous diplomatic ties between some countries. In some cases, there were cut off of diplomatic relations for political or economic reasons. Which is important here is to see we can gather in three groups. So we see from Egypt is the older diplomatic relations, 70 years old. And Mozambique are really younger. We are talking about 43 years old. So these are really different. So for summarized diplomatic ties, Argentina and African states study cases established diplomatic relations for more than half a century. So we really know each other. We could identify these three groups: Egypt and South Africa with 70 years, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Kenya, and Ethiopia between 64, 55 years, and Senegal, Angola, and Mozambique with less than 15. Of course, only 3 states of all these study cases, and there could be more, had interrupted diplomatic periods with Argentina. Ethiopia and South Africa were for political reasons, and Senegal only for economics, Argentina and economics debt fund. So the fourth point is that diplomatic ties are a first step for create cooperation, mutual comprehension, and good relationships. But of course, aren't enough to explain space economic cooperation. So we will go into where dimensions in the international cooperation we are more related. I focus on United Nations treaties. Of course, it's not the only one. We can add the Artemis program, the relations with the European Union, or maybe with China, or also with the International Astronautics Federation. But of course, for a matter of time, I didn't talk the formers. I only will talk about United Nations. There are 3 dimensions: the treaties, some agreement which are more related with the other space activities, and especially when the objects launch into other space with our rescue agreements, the damage caused for these objects, and also for the registration of the objects launched to the outer space, which are more related with satellites production, and this is really interesting. The other topic interesting for us now will be the institutions, because I'm more focused on telecommunications and satellite constellations, and as we will talk later, in this morning, satellites are maybe the more developed dimension of space policy that only Argentina and African countries has. So let's go move forward. About treaties, on black are the same African countries who ratified the same treaties that Argentina. So Argentina ratified all these treaties, and also Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa ratified the same in number and in intensity. When we talk about other agreements, for instance, nuclear tests or others, Kenya, Morocco, and Senegal has ratified the same with Argentina. There are others, for example, the Exploring to the Moon, with Argentina didn't ratify, but some African countries did. And also in Latin America, Chile does. So, so there could be another dimension for exploring between African and Latin American countries. Now, I'm only talking about Argentina. And if we talk about institutions, this is quite interesting because the common frame is more deepened. We can see that Argentina, Egypt, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia has ratified the same institution that Argentina. So in the case of this international common frame for satellites and telecommunications, we have a lot of spaces to be engaged. So about treaties, Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa has ratified the same. The agreements, Kenya, Morocco, and Senegal. And institutions Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa, and Tunisia has ratified the same institution. To summarize, Morocco and South Africa could be a great partner in all aspects in United Nations. Nigeria and Senegal could follow. And maybe other countries like Algeria, Egypt, Mozambique, and Tunisia are more related with the institutional level. So if we add diplomatic ties with this kind of cooperation, there are some countries where we could start to focus more on international cooperation. So let's talk to the 3-point historical space policy evolution. Now, in order to be quicker for time, you will see in these slides the history of the national space policy and the creation of the National Space Agency. In some cases, like Algeria, ASLI was created in 2002. In Angola, was created in 2013. The CONAI in Argentina was created in 1991, was Heritage, another institutional framework, which was the National Commission for Space Research that could be tracked to the 1960s. So there is a lot of history in space exploration in Argentina. In the case of EXA in Egypt was created in 2018, so it's quite younger. And the ESSTI, the Ethiopian Institute for Space Science and Technology, was created in 2016. And we will see more like the case of Kenya that were created after the 2010. The case of Morocco is interesting because they have a Royal Center for Remote Sensing related to the 1989. And in the case of Mozambique, they hadn't the National Space Agency could gather in all the space activities. Other interesting case will be Nigeria, which they have a Nigerian National Space Policy related to the 2000s. And the NASRA, the National Space Research and Development Agency, was recently created in 2010. So the National Space Policy was older than the creation of an agency. Tunisia is similar to Morocco. They have a National Commission for Outer Space. They didn't have any space agency in institutional name. But when we try to focus on what kind of activities they have, they are quite similar to the national agencies. So for summarize, several countries in Africa come with national space agencies that coordinate national space effort and activities. Morocco and Tunisia are exceptionally. They have a center for remote sensing or a commission respectively, but the objectives are quite the same. Only Mozambique has not a national space activity coordination institution, but they have a policy, a space policy in growing. And the third point is the national history related to space could be older than agency creation. In the case of Argentina, this national space policy can be tracked to the 1960s. And in the case of Nigeria, as I told before, the national space policy was 10 years older than NASRA creation. So when we talk about national space program capacities, I will try to focus more in Argentina, as I said before. The space economy sector in the countries are related with this kind of map at the right. We have to check the human resources and research productions, the industrial base for space product supply and creation of autonomous products like satellites still. The satellite production capacity will be the first step. Later, the ground operator for satellite management from Earth will be really the second step. And on the third or fourth, the launch device has launch vector for position satellites in the space, and of course, launch centers, which I guess is really the main focus of this trouble. So what we check in the case of Argentina, when we talk about space actors, could be private or public, and we talk about research centers, we should focus on the CONAI, the space agency that I mentioned before, La Plata University, who has a group of mechanics, say, the National Commission for Atomic Energy, who has a lot of development in motors and propulsion, and the Radio Astronomy Argentina Institute, which is really interesting in order to gathering research in telecommunications. When we talk about manufacturers like satellite launcher or satellite signal providers, we could see that in the national dimension, BNG, which are related with the construction and development of the Tronador program, which is a national program for launch vectors, the IMPACT, which are related with technology also. And in the case of private suppliers, we should mention some companies like Asensio, Mecánica 14 or Mecánica 14, and Satellogic, which is a private company with satellite production and even ground operator production, and is quite interesting in our space sector. Ground operators, we have a public one, which is ARSAT, the development and managed for the state. And in the case of space information services, which could be really non-space actor, we have a mixed economy. Telespacio, which is an Italian company who works in Argentina. We have also Argentinian private companies like Servicio Satelital, and also public companies like Frontech, which is related with INVAP, who share information services. Talking about the launcher's capacity and the research capacity, we have a private interesting example, which is Tron Space Company. It's our Argentinian SpaceX, if we can make the difference. But they have a launch vector, which is the Aventura 1. It was launched in 2023 from Malacar Port Space in Buenos Aires, and has the capacity to launch and position nanosatellites and CubeSat in the space with the technology to recover to return the launch vector and make more sustainable capacities. When we talk about the public launch vector programs, the Tronador is the main one. The annual budget of the Tronador in 2024 was $3.5 million. And there are three kinds of vectors, the T217, the T2150, and the T2250. The T2150, the middle one, will be tested until 2029. Of course, there are some budget troubles in this kind of projects, but the idea that the Tronador will be able to have launch vector capacity for satellites from 100 kilograms. We are more related with these Earth observation or telecommunication satellites that are more the production that we made in Africa and also in Argentina. And we will give us the capacity to be between the 10 countries with global capacity to have launch vectors and also launch centers. We have already operated 2 launch centers, the SELPA 1 in La Rioja, here in the middle one, and the SELPA Marchki at the left. And also we are in the construction of a projected Punta Indio Launch Center near Buenos Aires or La Plata port. We could be a really interesting project because near to the port, all foreign satellites could be gathered in Argentina and later launched to the space with a really cost beneficial logistic. If we said about the capacities, I don't want to focus more on this, only I will post the slides quickly. But the idea is to comparison what kind of Argentinian satellite constellation has and the other countries. And we will see that in terms of operative capacities, we are more in the number of 6, 2, 4, or 5 operative satellites still. But when we see what kind of satellites we have, low orbit, geostationary, Earth observation, and telecommunications are the main categories. So we are in fact with the same satellite capacity. I guess the different are the operators and the manufacturing. When we talk about operators, more of us are related with national companies or national agencies, but the manufacturing, only South Africa and Argentina has a full national capacity. For instance, in the case of Morocco or maybe Tunisia, they are foreign capacity, more related with France or China, as they said before. In the case of Algeria, they have some satellites fully national, other mixed with foreign companies and other completely foreigners. In some cases, there are some national capacities related with foreign productions. And as Sandra Migonin said before, this is a really problematic issue that should be addressed, because if your satellite capacity as fully foreign, you can know what capacity you already have. So I guess South Africa and Argentina is really interesting because the two countries create all their satellites in no production, and I guess this is really a know-how interesting capacity for partnership. When we talk about launch centers, we can see that most of them, and this is nothing new, are in the north, in the United States, in Russia, in France. Of course, they have the French Guiana, that is in the south, but depends on France. And when we see the launch vectors, more of them are in the north. Maybe the case of India and Kazakhstan could be not more relating with this north-south dependence, but in the fact, all Africa and Argentina depends of the north to launch vectors and launch centers. So if we will be able to have a partnership could give us to finish to develop the launch vectors and launch center capacity, maybe they could be a really interesting to have another capacity for African satellites development into the space, and maybe for Argentina to be to break this relationship. Of course, there are another Latin American countries who are trying to develop this capacity, but in the main fact now currently, Argentina is the more advanced in this kind of technology. In order to summarize,
Ricardo,
yeah.
just like I had like to interrupt you, and sorry for that. We still have 2 minutes or 3 minutes to go.
2 minutes? Okay, I will go in deeper then. So the national space budget, and we'll finish with this. There are trouble to see this, the lack of transparency of information. So Emergency doesn't have a national government direct transfer budget, and also it's really difficult to gather in this kind of information. So in order to move quickly, we can see that in some cases you can check the information is available, that Argentina, Nigeria, and South Africa. But when we talk in other cases, like for instance, Algeria, Egypt, or Nigeria, could be a really more difficult. What we see here is that the methodology to get the information are not similar to all countries, but in order to have a comparison, we could see that between Argentina and the African cases, we have a budget from $5 million to $26 million. The lower case was Angola with $8 million around in 2024. They are difficult with information access and checking data, see, and the Space Agency Organic Abortion Transfer System could difficult to search for accurate information because they are not the same in all countries, something that was talking before. Something to summarize all the frame of this work is that diplomatic ties could give us agreements at national state level are possible and achievable. When we talk about international corporations, UN is an interesting space, but it's not the only one. The National Space Agency of Argentina, as CONAI, really have a know-how experience, and the national experience will be really interesting for organizing skills, and they will be useful for this African Space Agency, where are really younger, and they could learn very much for our experience, so we could have a good partnership in this. The National Space Program capacity of Argentina could reduce cost of operation to north-south service logistics. And also we have telecommunications, satellites capacity, and human resources that are really accurate and comparison with Africans. So this could be a really interesting space for exploring. And about national budget are really, we need to improve cooperation. There should be more transparency and clear. And there are some interesting cases like EXA in Egypt, who has resources which are not national funding. They have private funding also. And Argentina maybe could be an example that how a middle budget could give us to explore interesting launch capacities. So in conclusion, cooperation could motorize know-how capacities and improve commercial links. Definitely, it's achievable in international system and national state and subnational levels. Universities and private corporations in all countries has started to create a net of supplies, and we need more impulse and national protection of these national ecosystems. National state focus on space program are good for R&D improvement. Private interest should be added. We should move from a national focus interest to a commercial one. And I guess in Africa, this is more growing and more exploring. And I guess Argentina, in this partnership with the African countries, could authorize our private focus on commercial links. And of course, Argentina also could learn from the commercial skills of an African space economy, growing and open the door for this South space commercial network with other South American countries. So thank you very much. Of course, there are more information to add to this. You have my social nets and also my emails from me and from the International Center for Policy Studies. So, as we are really honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you for this insightful presentation. And it's always a pleasure to hear some voices from the Global South.
Hello, Ria.
We have, Item.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. So, because we've gone over time for this session, the next speaker, Alexander, he has graciously accepted for his talk, for his presentation to come up in the next session. So we've already gone over time. So if you want to quickly finish up on this session so that, okay, we just have about 1 minute or so. If you want to round up so that we can take a break and then start the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, no worries at all. See you, I think, on the next session. And thank you for all our speakers here, Nelly, Ricardo, Dando, and Sandra. Sorry for this time constraint and not being able to take any questions from Ricardo. Yes, so
sorry, Ria, you can just take maybe 1 or 2 minutes to, if there's any question for him.
You can send the question to me and later we could answer. It's okay.
Yes.
Because we've had, I mean, it's been an interesting session. So we've seen China, we've seen EU, and now Latin America. So it would be nice to have more time to do a comparison of these 3 regions, but maybe some other time that will happen.
Yes, thank you. Ricardo, could you leave your email here in the
I can write in the chat.
books? Yes, please. If anyone has any question, feel free to reach out to Ricardo. Thank you all again. Thank you. We've seen how export controls can foster secure innovation, how China and the European Union offer distinct pathway for cooperation, how Argentina's partnership can drive South-South collaboration. I do believe by aligning these efforts with a comprehensive strategy, robust education, clear regulation, and strong partnership, Africa can lead the global space frontier. Again, I would like to thank our speakers for their invaluable insights and our audience for the great question, of course. See you in the next session.
Yes, thanks a lot, Sandra. I'm sorry, Ria. Thanks for the. It's been a very interesting session. Like I said earlier, seeing China, seeing EU, and seeing Latin America. We actually have. This is maybe one of the few I hardly see sort of a comparative analysis, policy analysis, especially when it comes to space policy between Africa and other countries. So I'm happy to see this, and I'm hoping we will have more of this. The only comment I have, it's around Nelly's presentation around the EU, and I think I've mentioned this before. One, there's it's called Historical Archives of the European Union, located at the European University Institute, where you have all the original documents of European Space Agency, the precursors of the European Space Agency, that's ELDO and the European Science Organization, something like that. And then all the documents between the EU and Africa, they are all located there. I've had the opportunity of being there, and it's very is a mind that one can explore. So if you're interested in EU-Africa relations or EU at any other region, you will see a lot of documents in that place. But that also brings a concern for me personally. We don't have such archival system in Africa. Even the African Union, as far as I know, because I've checked the library, I don't see many of these documents. It's good to have books, it's good to have papers written, but we also want original documents made available so that people can use this either for referencing, for research, like I usually say, the African Union and its agencies, they are public organizations. So the citizens of Africa should be able to access information about these organizations, what they are doing when they go for meetings. We should know what was discussed, what was the outcome. We don't just want press releases, but we want things that are kind of original or from the horse's mouth, as we say. So I really encourage, we need to push this at a national level. We also need to push this at the continental level. Archival systems, original documents must be made available and must be put in places that are accessible for us all to be able to access. Thank you very much for listening to that quick comment. So we have about 10 minutes to stretch, and then when it's a quarter to the top of the hour, we can start the next session, session 5, which is going to be another interesting one on knowledge transfer and technology transfer. Thank you very much.
Axel, can we have a picture?
Oh, sure. Yes. So we can, we can take another snap now. If you want to put on your cameras, that'll be fine.
Can do. You are wanted.
I think we are okay. So we can go for a short break and then we can reconvene in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Anyone at home?
Hi, how are you?
Good morning, Jody. How are you?
Fine. I'm good, thank you. Greetings from Barcelona, Spain. I look forward to moderate this session today. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Lovely, lovely. There's just a minor adjustment. We just need to invite Alexander, who couldn't speak in the previous session because it ran over time. So we just need to give him a session to speak, and then after his speech, you can then continue and moderate the rest of the session.
Sure.
Just
I'll
want to
follow
check
your instructions.
Alexander, are you ready?
Present, sir. I'm ready. Let me share my screen before I do anything else.
Lovely. Right. Welcome back, everyone, to the next session. So before we continue, we just want to give our brother Alexander a chance to make his presentation, and then we can continue to the next session, which will be moderated by Jody, hoping to hear more interesting and fruitful discussions. So over to you, Alexandra. Please keep in mind the time so that we don't run we run on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ada. I promise to keep time. My name is Opicho. I made a presentation yesterday. Again, I'm making a presentation today, my last one, for example. So I promise to keep time. Colleagues and friends who are not there yesterday, my name is Opicho. I come from Kenya. I live and work in Nairobi. My work is a corporate trainer, areas of project management, project governance, project leadership, monitoring, and evaluation. So I'm thankful and I'm humbled to be before you to make this presentation. During the morning session, Dr. Tim alluded or mentioned the paper which was presented in 2024 ASLI Colloquium. It was presented by Carla Michel and a colleague. It was about Radio African mission to the moon to establish the first radio station on the moon. It was a very mathematical paper, but since then, we have not had another interaction with it. So I really appreciate Dr. Tim for remembering that, and we still want to learn more from that because my background is economics. I will not present that geophysics mathematics, which was in the paper of Carla and her comrade last year. Now, the paper before you is the Global South nations. The Global South nations, I'm sorry. The paper before you is a strategic value of the moon in Africa's resources mobilization for outer space economy. So allow me go to the next slide without wasting another time. I don't know why. Okay. The abstract is this. Allow me read it to you. The moon is nearer to the Earth when compared to other outer space celestial or large objects. The moon has rivers. The moon has large water bodies. The moon has mountains. The moon has very low gravitational pull. The crust of the moon is made up of all important minerals that are needed for industrial technology on Earth and even the space economies. The moon has temperatures that are not destructive to life, animal life, plant life, and human life. The moon has its half receiving non-stop sunshine. The moon has its other half in permanent darkness, never receiving sunshine. The water bodies on the moon have high amount of hydrogen. The moon experiences volcanoes causing lunar quakes, an equivalent of an earthquake, and storms. The moon also has caves, valley, and several other topographical variations. Thus, this paper contemplates to discuss how Africa, but I want to replace the word Africa with Global South. I want to replace the word Global South with humanity. Can use these identified physical, chemical, and atmospheric characteristics of the moon as a basis for resource mobilization to support the wider geospatial entrepreneurship in the space economy. The guiding words, which we traditionally call the keywords, are space economy and geospatial entrepreneurship. So allow me go to the next slide, please. We have traditionally we are bound to describe difficult, to define difficult words. The first word to be defined is a moon of the earth. So we talk about moon of the earth because it is the moon we know. But for the purpose of delegates, friends, and comrades in the house who have not been studying space science, apart from the moon we know, the moon of the earth, we have got other moons. For example, the sun has 0 moon, Mercury has 0 moon. Both sun and Mercury has extreme hot temperatures. So those extreme hot temperatures are reasons why sun and Mercury don't have any moon. But Mars has two moons, but the shape of the moons of Mars are irregular. It is like a polygon. It is not circular, it's not round like the moon of the Earth. They have some kind of, ruggedness that are irregular, but Mars has 2 moons. Saturn, as a planet, has 145 moons. Jupiter has 95 moons. Pluto has 5 moons. Neptune has 6 moons. So because we belong to the Earth, we cannot venture into these other moons when we have not yet cleared our case with the moon of the Earth. So the Earth's moon is the only natural satellite of our planet. It is commonly called the moon with capital letter M because it was the first and only moon known to human beings until 17th century. The word moon comes from Old English word, and it is related to the word month, that is 30 days or 31 days, depending on the calendar, which reflects the lunar cycle. So in Latin, the moon is called luna. What about other languages? So European or Anglo-Saxon languages don't have a monopoly of culture on the moon, especially the nomenclature of the moon and the number of days cleared before you see the next moon. Other languages also describe a month with the same word and describe the moon. For example, if you take the East African astroculture, using the Kiswahili language, in East Africa, people speak Kiswahili collectively. The word moon in Kiswahili is mwezi, and the word month, like the month of May, we say mwezi wa tano, the month of May. The month of June, mwezi wa sita. So the same word for the month and the same word for the moon is also in Kiswahili. And very many other languages in Africa and other cultures in the global south. So it is not only the European languages that have got a deep cultural consciousness about mystery and the neighborhood of the moon to the earth. So that is the definition of the moon of the earth. Another difficult word was space economy. Space economy has been divided by different authorities and different scholarships. But we can take the World Bank model, the OECD model, to describe it as a full range of activities and the use of resources that create value and benefits to human beings in the course of exploring, researching, understanding, managing, and utilizing space. The space economy has been consistently growing, fueling the expansion of space activities and boosting humanity's efforts in sustainable development. And also, the new space economy is the rising commercialization of space exploration, with private investors, companies, startups being obligated to invest in the space for the purpose of contributing towards space exploration. So, definition of the word space economy also keeps us a challenge as the people in the global south. How much have we invested in space? How much are we conscious about space? How much are we enjoying our space in our GDP? For example, GDP means gross domestic product. So we can also have the GDS, gross domestic space investment. So we have also to, on our balance sheet of economics, politics, and other areas of life, we are supposed to report annually or after every 5 years how much are we doing in terms of space, either value creation or economic returns. Another difficult word that was supposed to be defined is a geospatial entrepreneurship, which is simply taking a risk to invest in the space economy, regardless of what you are, whether you are a government, an individual, a corporate enterprise, or a multinational corporation. So allow me go to the next slide. Because we are talking about the moon and we wanted to delve into the strategic value or strategic position of the moon to the communities in the global south, to the humanity on Earth, it is good to know the features of the moon. One, the moon has low gravitational pull compared to the Earth. I think because of size variation. And the moon was originally part of the Earth. It only ran away because another celestial object or a big object came and hit the Earth. Then the Earth had to split into two. One of the piece which split away became the moon. That is one of the astrophysics hypotheses in relation to the formation of the moon. The moon has darker side and a visible side. The darker side is not receiving sunlight, and the visible side is receiving sunlight because of the movement behavior of the moon, which is not revolutionary but rotational. When viewed from the Earth,
Excuse me, just 2 more minutes to go. If you could start to round up.
Thank you. When viewed from the Earth, the moon looks like the size of the sun. We don't know why. The moon has very low atmospheric pressure. The moon is composed of argon, neon, helium, and other elements. The moon is full of dust particles with a lot of chemical value. The moon has water bodies. The moon has atmospheric hydrogen. The moon has mountains, caves. The moon experiences storms, volcanoes. The crust of the moon is full of important minerals. Also, the moon is near to Mars and asteroid belt. My second last slide. So what is the strategic value of the moon to humanity or to mankind or to the global south civilization, especially space civilization? The moon can be of strategic value when it comes to planetary events. Planetary events is where a celestial object or an object in the space can accidentally follow to crash or to hit the Earth. When you have got a position on the moon, you can dilute, you can destroy, you can frustrate that accidental object. The moon has got a low level of escape velocity. When launching a satellite from Earth, there's a lot of frustration because of the gravitational pull of the Earth. So there are a lot of material consumption, oil, and energy loss because the satellite is struggling to go beyond gravitational pull of the Earth. But because the moon has low gravitation, when launching satellites from there, there is advantage of enjoying low gravitational pull, and hence missile launch becomes missile as well as satellite launch becomes a bit cheaper in terms of material consumption. The moon can make better platforms for space missions. Lunar hydrogen can be converted to fuel for space mission gadgets, satellites, and others. Minerals on the moon can be of use to satellite making. You don't need to mine the Earth to make a satellite. You can mine the moon to make a satellite and launch it from the moon. Continuous sunlight on the moon can provide stable solar energy for space missions. The moon has the capacity to supply diamond and gold for geo or the Earth-based economy. And also the moon can provide a very good platform for asteroid belt mining. Now, a conclusion. Conclusion is very, very simple. So by becoming sensitive to the benefits of strategic benefits of the moon, what should Africa, Global South do? We have got an international treaty, geospatial soft law called the Moon Agreement, which does not allow any mining, any economic and material gain to be done on the important resources found on the moon. Russia and China and America are resistant to this moon agreement. So the question is, should African space agents, should African countries agree with the moon agreement or should follow the China, Russian, American approach to moon agreement and ask for the rights to do economic activities, to have some, to enjoy some economic benefits in relationship to the strategic position and the mineral position of the moon. That is the end of my presentation, and I thank you for allowing me this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I don't know if there's anyone with that. We'll just take one or two questions. Otherwise, if it's okay, we could just move to the next session and then we could tie them together. What do you think, Jody?
Well, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, the moon constitutes an strategic satellite. Of course, it's a natural satellite of planet Earth. I mean, I also myself studied as an entrepreneur the capacity of the moon because, in asteroid mining, the moon has 17 minerals that are really uncommon here on Earth. So asteroid mining and moon mining is a great, niche for the industry in the next coming years. Even ESA, the European Space Agency, explained that during the decade of the 30s, there will be somewhat around 250 missions, commercial missions to the moon. I hope these numbers are still on and still accurate. We have the Artemis Accords and we have the Moon Treaty, as our colleague referred to, and of course the one of the main assets of the moon is propellant, as our colleague referred. We have hydrogen for fuel, oxygen for breathing, and to hold the future lunar settlements. So I totally agree. It's a great opportunity. I think that all countries from Africa should try and incorporate missions and of course partnerships with countries, and of course we're here to assist. So congratulations again. I look forward to collaborate with you in the best way I can. So thank you for this presentation. Wonderful.
Thank you. Jody, if it's possible, shall we move to the next session? Over to you.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Well, this session cannot be more important because I think it's the core of entrepreneurship. Of course, I'll introduce myself. My name is Jordi Sandalinas. I'm an adjunct professor in space law and policy. I'm also an entrepreneur. I have my own company called Imachi Solutions, which is devoted to the marine and the observation of planet Earth and satellite imagery, and of course, a technology transfer. I mean, is one of the biggest names in the space industry. We have startups coming out that need technology to move on, and of course space agencies are always look forward to license their technology. We have NASA, L-Space, we have also the commercial space framework of the ESA, to name but a few. And of course there are some issues and questions regarding technology transfer, such as intellectual property, right, and questions. So again, Africa has a great opportunity in this sector because it the continent can develop its own technology. I mean, they have different advantages, and indeed, so it's a great an opportunity and to establish partnerships between other continents. Sorry, I know that there's a partnership with European Space Agency and so on. So again, without further ado, I'll give the floor to Taslim Alader, who will speak about rethinking and redesigning education, the idea of education technology transfer in the African space sector. So, Taslim, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Jordi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Team, also, thank you for your kind invitation. Let me share my screen. I just want to be sure. Can you see my screen in the presentation mode? Good. All right. Thank you. So let me reduce this now. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So thanks for the introduction again. I will be talking about rethinking and redesigning the purpose of education and technology transfer in the African space sector. Just as an introduction, I'm a senior lecturer at the Business Society Management Department, Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University. I teach courses like sustainable business models and other impact-driven education. In my free time, I like to run, like a 10K run, and I like to travel. I like to do poetry as well, just on a side note. All right. The agenda for today, we're going to talk about rethinking the purpose of education as a whole. We talk about rethinking the purpose of education in the African space sector, redesigning the purpose of technology transfer in the African space sector. We talk about absorptive capacity in knowledge transfer. We'll talk about absorptive capacity in knowledge and technology transfer in the African space sector. We attempt a conclusion together, and then we can have question and answer. So, first of all, let us talk about rethinking the purpose of education. According to Bierster, Gert Bierster's three-function theory of education, we can talk about education, the purpose of education being divided into three parts. The first part is qualification. This enables or equips students with competencies such as knowledge, skills, and prepares them for work or civil life, etc. The second one is on socialization. This, integrates students into existing orders of the society that enables them to understand and operate within the norms, the values, tradition, culture, and social practices within the society. The third purpose of education is subjectification, which is how you foster independence and critical thought of a specific person or group of persons for them to become unique, autonomous individual in terms of how they think and act, such that you give them ownership of the knowledge, you give them agency, and they have their own unique and kind of autonomous way of critical thinking to develop things on their own. Then
if we look at how we need to rethink the purpose of education in the African space sector, maybe you will agree with me that already qualification is taking place. We equip students with competencies. Students go to the, since from primary school, they start learning things. They start playing with, puzzles, papers to understand how things work in space. Secondary schools, university, I remember being introduced to space science, technology, GIS, remote sensing in my Bachelor 3 in the university. So it prepares us, we get qualified, we get some ECT and, ECTS and things like that. Then when it comes to socialization, before I go there, when it comes to socialization, yes, definitely, when we learn different things about how different space agencies, for example, work in with different organizations, how students learn about different norms, values, ethics within the space sector, and such that students, when they move on later in life, they can understand their positioning within already existing social orders, values, traditions, systems within the space system. The third one, which to my understanding, because I also have my background in space science, GIS, and remote sensing, I worked in the Nigerian Space Agency for about 10 years. So from my understanding, from my work experience, I could see that we have limited level of subjectification of education. I would say limited level, which means that it's not the level that we have in Africa for now. It's not yet significant enough in terms of the use of subjectification as a purpose of education in the African space sector. So we do not bring in systems that fosters independence and critical thought within the students. We don't make them autonomous individual enough to give them that ownership of knowledge such that they have this critical thinking for them to be able to create what they have learned in a different way that suits, for example, Africa's socioeconomic and environmental conditions. For example, different space agencies in Africa have their timelines, the time they want to produce a specific, maybe a specific part of a spacecraft, a space shuttle, the time they want to have the first astronaut in space, but it is not really happening yet. And I think this is because subjectification, the use of subjectification in the purpose of education in the African space sector is limited. So there has been quite a lot of collaboration with China, with the UK, and other parts of the world. But let's take China, for example. There has been collaborations between Africa and China. But how have we been redesigning the purpose of education and technology transfer in the African space sector while collaborating with these other spacefaring nations? So there is always a need for this. It's an innovation, because it's new to us. There are certain countries in Africa that are not yet in space. There are some that don't have a satellite in space, but they use a lot about space. They do a lot of space applications. But how do we transfer that knowledge that we receive? How do we transfer the knowledge? How do we receive the knowledge? And how do we transfer it? In terms of knowledge, in terms of technology. How do we receive the technology that has been transferred to us during a collaboration or about space? For example, I know that Nigeria did some collaboration with China in terms of the satellites, and what happened in between? Nigeria also did some collaboration with the United Kingdom. What happened in between in terms of what kind of knowledge did we receive? What kind of technology was transferred? How was it designed? These are questions. Then I'll give us an example of absorptive capacity. Absorptive capacity, in simple terms, is defined as how an organization or an individual designs how they want to receive knowledge or technology transfer. So we'll take a case of Addis Ababa light rail transport. This was part of my PhD research, where I looked at how 3 African cities, Lagos, Abuja, and Addis Ababa, are receiving the same light rail from China. So this is how Addis Ababa designed their absorptive capacity. So, talking about explicit and tacit knowledge, they had a knowledge transfer structure, the knowledge base, they had the intensity of effort to acquire the knowledge, which was about the absorptive capacity. So let's delve deeper. So in terms of the absorptive capacity and knowledge transfer within the Addis Ababa light rail transport, there was a knowledge ratio plan to say within the first year, we want at least 30% of our scientists and engineers to get the knowledge and the technology, how to operate the technology surrounding the Addis Ababa light rail transport. In the second year, 40% has been acquired of what is meant to be learned or technology transferred. In the third year, so for example, in the second year, operation and maintenance, 40%. In the third year, 60%. In the fourth to fifth year, all the level of technology that is meant to be transferred and the knowledge was transferred. This helps a lot because you cannot continue to pay Chinese in dollars. You have to begin to pay the Ethiopians in Ethiopian birr. It saves a lot of money, saves time, and you can manage human resource. So in this way, they gained autonomy to operate this on their own because they designed their absorptive capacity of how they were going to receive, how they were going to collect the transferred knowledge and technology from China. In conclusion, when you look at how we get knowledge right from primary schools, I know that there are some schools in Africa, some organizations that are creating some kind of materials for students in primary schools to use as a puzzle. That is the way to start. We should do more of that for the primary education, where they can already put materials together, see how, like a space shuttle should look like, it should be connected, where should we put some certain, panels, where do we put some certain wires and things like that. Okay, but when you begin to move to the secondary, you should go higher. Then when you get to the university and any form of higher education, we need a level of designing our own absorptive capacity of how to receive the knowledge and the technology that is being transferred with other spacefaring nations that we are collaborating with. So what is the message? The message is that for knowledge and technology transfer, we need to rethink that we are still within the qualification and socialization level. We have not yet significantly moved into subjectification. Therefore, there is a strong need. There is a clarion call for African nations to embrace subjectification as a lens to design their absorptive capacity to receive the knowledge and technology that is being transferred during a collaboration within the space sector. This is the only way Africa can have concrete, tangible growth in terms of knowledge and technology over time, such that we can uniquely develop what suits Africa within the African context. We can begin to have autonomy to design spacecraft, to design so many things within the space sector, such that we can also begin to export amongst ourselves within the African continent to support each other, to say, okay, in West Africa, they can do this aspect more. In East Africa, they can do this more. In North Africa, they can do this more. There we can harmonize our knowledge. So there's a need also to look inwards. Sometimes there are pockets of real knowledge or technology in other parts of Africa that we do not tap into. So there's a need to tap into that and say, okay, what can they do better in North Africa? How can we come together to learn and things like that, such that then we now involve, okay, other spacefaring nations to see how we can collaborate, but most importantly, how do we design our absorptive capacity for knowledge and technology transfer, such that when we collaborate with other African countries or countries outside of Africa, we know that we have really served the purpose, the real purpose of education, which to me, subjectification is a strong component. Without subjectification, qualification and socialization cannot meet the intended learning outcomes for space, science and technology in terms of knowledge and technology transfer in the African space sector. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Talim. It's a pleasure and a wonderful presentation on the opportunities and the education of, and challenges that the African continent is currently encountering. If please, there's any question or any comment among the participants or of this session, please raise your hand or proceed just unmuting yourself or write it in the chat. Otherwise, in the Etim, please go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks, Jody, and thanks to Teslim for the presentation. Absorptive capacity is it's something I've also been interested in and concerned about when it comes to technology management. My question is just regarding one of the statements you made towards the end, focusing on regions of Africa to, well, rather than use the term subjectification, I'll just use the term capability. Maybe that may be what people are used to a bit more. There's this, let me not call it an argument, but there's this thoughts on whether African, in terms of trying to develop the ecosystem, should we focus on countries developing capabilities on maybe specific thematic areas, or should it be region-based? So like you mentioned, you give an example of maybe North Africa or East Africa developing certain capabilities, or should we centralize it with the African Space Agency, which is kind of continental based? Which one do you think will, say, accelerate the development of different thematic areas which are connected to the ecosystem?
Yeah, great question, Etim. Thanks. I would say that, first thing is that the space sector is multidisciplinary, and you have different streams, along the what do you call it, along the spectrum, and certain regions of Africa are ahead in different parts, right? Certain parts of Africa have launched more satellites to space than others. Certain parts of Africa deal more with the science and applications of it more than others. So it's important to know who is strong where. Maybe if North Africa is stronger in launching more, satellites into space because they've done a lot of it, then maybe they're strong in that. And then maybe they can consolidate on that. However, the idea would be, how do they share this knowledge and transfer this knowledge and technology? So in other words, we need central funding. okay? Such as, central funding in terms of grants, to scale up. So there's always a need for grants to scale up. So there should be a kind of pool of resources from the African Union space sector, for example, to say, look, there is this pool of resources, and we are trying to see which region is stronger in which aspect of the spectrum of space sector. Once that is known, you can now say, okay, since you are stronger in this part, North Africa, we will now organize a training, a workshop, or maybe a collaboration for some years, that you transfer certain of that technology and science to others in East, West, and South Africa. And if West Africa and East Africa are better in space applications, they should do the same. Maybe if South Africa is better in the space observation and science and technology, they should also do that. So there will be a funding that should go around to make sure that we exchange this knowledge and technology that already exists within Africa, because I think sometimes we don't tap into the potentials within Africa enough before we even say we want to collaborate with other countries outside of Africa. So when this is done, then when we now bring in, when you now want to collaborate, for example, with China, with the UK and the rest, you know that at least you have exhausted what you have within Africa first. You won't have to spend much money. At the same time, it gives you a leverage, because to me, collaboration is co-creation. There are so many things the Chinese learned from the Ethiopians when they brought the light rail. So there are many things China, UK, America will also learn from Africa. But we Africans also need to tap what is in us first, the potential that is in us first, such that we can leverage on maximizing what we have, because sometimes maybe we don't need much. Maybe we only need the rolling stock. That's in light rail, but maybe we only need the material in terms of building the space stuff. Maybe the knowledge and the science about it would have been a lot transferred within amongst ourselves, and stuff like that. So I would say that would be a better way to go for a start. Have a unified funding, recognize the region that has a higher upper hand in certain things, and then organize a kind of long-term trainings within ourselves to completely transfer this using absorptive capacity structure. And I think that would help. Thank you.
Thank you, Etim, and thank you, Dr. Taslim. I totally agree. If you allow me, just a further comment on your work. I think, of course, we have a lot of information. We have also education possibilities, but now it's a matter of methodology, laying down the foundations and how we grow together. I mean, my advice would be not to be scared of failing, because of course, before succeeding, we need to make mistakes. Mistakes are important because they allow us to learn and how to make it better. And so I think that every country has its own level, because they are doing different paths. And of course, the advantage now of some countries that use other countries' technology, or they can benefit from these 10 years or 20 years or 5 years that they have already gone through. So you just go straight to step 10. So now if we have the methodology, I think that is a matter now of finding the opportunities. For instance, I don't know any country which is the strongest economy sector, but let's just link it to space. For instance, if we have a country that's strong in mining, let's go to space mining. So it's just now a matter of tying financial possibilities and of course knowledge. Like if we know about earth mining, then we have the tools to go to the moon if we just make a step forward and learn about the mining industry. So now it's not only learning, but not only what, but then how and why we use it. So I think that if we establish strong foundations, I mean, of course, we have a lot to learn because, of course, first of all, you have climate. Why don't we establish analog astronaut centers that prepare future astronauts and professionals? Because now I think in the near future we'll have professionals that will not only be skilled in engineering engineering, but also in biology. The future is amazing, and I think we have plenty of opportunities. So please, if you want to add anything else, doctor, so please let us know, or I can just go on to the next presenter, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jody. So it's the message is clearly a clarion call for African space sector to put our acts together. There are pockets of very strong potentials in terms of knowledge and technology within the African region. We should start with ourselves and see. You may be surprised that maybe the collaboration that we would need outside may not mean more than 25 or 30%, that the 70% we have always looked for outside actually exists within, that we can also leverage on to save time, save money, and save human resource for leveraging forward. So this will help us, I think, as a kind of leapfrogging, in the space sector to move faster, but in a very good and concrete way. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think you really deserve to be in the place you belong to in the space sector. There are plenty of opportunities. So again, thank you for your presentation and your kindness and your work. And I'd love to introduce the next speaker.
I think there's a question. I don't know if you want me to take it. There's a question on the chat. I don't know.
Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. It says that given that Africa currently relies on foreign launch vehicles for deploying its satellites, that's a great question. How much does this limitation affect our long-term progress in space development? That's the first part of the question. So if you would like to answer that first, and then we go for the next.
Yeah, sure. Given that currently Africa relies on foreign launches vehicles for deploying its satellites, how much does this limitation affect our long-term progress in space development? Yes, good question. So the earlier we begin to structure, for example, if we have an absorptive capacity design for knowledge and technology transfer on how we will be launching the vehicles to deploy our satellites. If we say we want to harness this knowledge and technology transfer within 5 years or 10 years, for example, then it means we will no longer rely on foreign launch. So that's what I meant by absorptive capacity structure. We must structure it. So in Addis Ababa, in the light rail, within 6 months, Ethiopians were the ones driving the light rail, no longer Chinese. It was transferred. Within 2 years, operational maintenance, 50% transferred. Third year, 100%. Fourth year, every aspect about engineering, systems control in the central was transferred. The only thing left was the rolling stock, which they did not have, right? So the idea now is, can we design an absorptive capacity such that within 10 to 15 years, we will be able to launch our vehicles to deploy our satellites? Hopefully it's a yes. Then we know that what we are left with is the material. And then if we plan to say, we want to make a plan 20 to 30 years to say we want to begin to make the material ourselves. We'll put it in plan in 20 years, it will happen. But if we don't put the plan, it will not happen. We'll keep chasing mirage, a mirage. Yeah. Okay.
Indeed, it's an advantage because, of course, first at the beginning you just rely on a technology that it's already there. You just take the advantages, but on a second and third term, you can build your own spaceports. I mean, come on, and there's no one saying no. So, and then if you allow me, the last part of the question says that considering the high costs associated to outsourcing launches and the limited funding available, wouldn't it be more strategic to focus on our resources on building local launch capabilities rather than spreading efforts across too many sectors?
Yeah, good question. So it's all about the structure. So we can say, hey, we want to be able to, so it's about scaling up. So dream big, start small. Think global, act local. So this is the plan that, okay, in the next 20 years, we want to be able to do this. But what do we have resources for now? And where can we get funding to fund certain things now? Where can universities, organizations get funding to do certain things now? So then we begin to scale up gradually. So it's about scaling up. We don't start too big. We start with what we can handle and what we need to be able to harness the knowledge. So it's about us really getting the knowledge and the technology to be able to be autonomous on our own as individuals, institutions, and nations to do things on our own. So we scale over time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I totally agree. I mean, in English, we say that do what you're best, delegate the rest. So I think that, for instance, there are companies like banks, their job and they earn money in lending money, insurance companies as well. So if you can arrange like an agreement with them, like, okay, we need such funding to enter into this market segment, then you start slow, we start slow, and then let's see how things develop, because then you can start assuming more and more competencies and responsibilities, and then try to build like a whole structure. It will take maybe 5 years, 10 years, who knows. But again, it's about not only like acquiring the knowledge, but applying the knowledge. And I'm sure you're gonna make it for sure. So I have total faith. So thank you, Doctor. Any further questions, comment, please? So I guess that's it. Thank you, Dr. Taslim, again. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you again in the next editions.
Yeah,
Thank you
you.
very much.
You're much welcome. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Yes.
So if that's okay, I'd like to give the floor to Adefia Ayomide Gideonwole. Apologies if I don't pronounce the name correctly. Of course, the presentation is so much timely because transforming the African space industry, the tough conversation surrounding knowledge and technology transfer among stakeholders. So, well, let's see how we gather stakeholders in the space industry and all the challenges. Thank you so much. So please, over to you.
Thanks, Jordi, and good day, everyone. And thanks, Dr. Alade, for that very wonderful preset to my conversation today. Jordi, I see you muted, but if you could just reconfirm how many minutes I have for this presentation.
I guess it's 15.
Okay,
so unless I'm mistaken, it's 15. That's what I read.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so let's get right onto it. And I apologize in advance if I'm going to be ruffling some feathers today. It's indeed on tough conversations surrounding technology and knowledge transfer among stakeholders. So we definitely need to have those tough conversations. Good morning, good day from wherever you're listening in to me today. My name is Adefia Ayomide Gideonwole, and I am a space lawyer and policy analyst. I don't think there's any better way to start any presentation surrounding outer space without first speaking on the advantages of space science and technology. Before I get right onto that, I would also like to just share my screen so you can follow my train of thoughts. All right, we have that right here. Amazing. Okay. Yeah, so not just in Africa, but also globally, space has been leveraged for a variety of applications. I know we know, including daily use and Earth observation, and even addressing challenges like climate change, food security, and now the Sustainable Development Goals. But spread across Africa, 54 states at different levels of space capability and capacity. And there are active international collaborations within organizations like the European Space Agency and international space agencies to further enhance Africa's space capabilities and access to advanced technologies. Example of technology transfer I noted here can be found across virtually, every scientific and industrial area, from pharmaceutical and medical devices to alternative energy solutions, and the list goes on and on. Right now, we have more than 20 national space agencies or space-related institutions that have been established on the continent over the past 5 years or so. And the African Union, which serves as the continental agency, is expected to leverage the benefits of space science and technology for socioeconomic and environmental development. So at this moment, this is really a right time to call to bridge the space divide, especially for countries that do not yet have a focus on activities in space science and technology. And one of the ways I think would be the right way to do this is conversations surrounding technology and knowledge transfer. A quick definition on the terms sees knowledge transfer as the process of transferring technologies developed for space exploration to non-space applications, which will benefit citizens and industries globally in the African context on the African continent. So the issue is not that we do not develop technology within Africa. It's the capability to rebuild and to reinvent those technologies that are very important and pivotal to the success of space exploration across the continent. So technology transfer, what is this? This is the process of moving technology from one organization or purpose to another, often with the goal of creating new products, services, or processes that benefit society. Like I mentioned earlier, and even with other speakers that I've had the opportunity to listen to, we've alluded to the fact that Africa has different space capabilities spread across the 54 African countries. And so because of this, there needs to be exchange of data, designs, inventions, materials, software, technical knowledge, IP, and even trade secrets to be able to effectively accommodate these different levels of spacefaring capabilities. So if I would summarize the past 2 minutes, I'm trying to say that knowledge transfer in space encompasses the sharing and the utilization of knowledge, skills, and technologies developed for space exploration and applications for various purposes on Earth. For us to go from being desirous of having space capabilities to being one of the front runners in the space industry, able to compete with any country in the West, we need to facilitate knowledge and technology transfer. It's a critical process for innovation, for driving economic growth and improving our daily lives. So the transfer of technology and knowledge from industrialized to developed countries and institutions is definitely key to development. But where are we even transferring this information from? I also noted on my next slide, spacefaring across Africa. I was able to get this from Space Ops Africa, from one of their presentations as well. So you can see on this map the different levels in the different countries across the African continent, and even check up their capability to properly conduct space science and technology. All right. So what are these tough conversations or these tough discussions? It involves, one, the exchange of data, designs, inventions, materials, software, technical knowledge, and trade secrets, as well as even the know-how to use new technology. It is important that knowledge about processes, policies, methods, and data is also shared, but these are tough discussions. And I put a scenario here, and I want us to think critically at this moment about the collaboration agreement that happened between Nigeria and Surrey Satellite Technology Limited in the UK a few years ago. And in the agreement that Nigeria had signed with this UK company, there was a clause in the agreement which precluded Nigeria from using inventions, software, even technical knowledge derived from that participation. So as a background, Nigeria paid handsomely for this collaboration. Some of its engineers from the space agencies were involved in the development of this materials and this software to help it build certain information in software. But it would seem on the surface level that the UK company had put in a lot of restrictions in terms of collaboration, which precluded any copyright or other form of intellectual property rights to be reused or to even be reinvented by Nigerian engineers or Nigeria Sat 1 satellite. And then there was a lot of conversation surrounding the intellectual property barriers put on improvement and alterations. So if Nigeria needed to make any improvement or alterations on that satellite, they needed to first go through the UK affiliate in order to make those alterations. And a lot of people started speaking up about the problem of the sustainable practice of that collaboration, which meant that Nigeria could never leave the shadow of the UK company. I bring this example today to speak even about the recurrent theme of collaborations within the international sphere, to drive home the conversation that Africa definitely needs to start collaborating within itself, or collaborating more within itself. So first thing we have to start doing is knowledge sharing. We have the African Union's African Space Policy and Strategy and the goals, which highlights the importance of knowledge sharing and collaboration between African nations and then international space organizations. But what is the reality of this call? For instance, how soon or practicable are African countries going to be able to properly share knowledge within each other? We've seen on the international plane that this is not as easy or as obtainable as possible when it comes to benefits sharing, whether it's in innovation, inventions, and the list goes on, because we have different capabilities. We have right now, more African countries are trying to achieve their goals rather than, set realistic goals of developing one particular sector. We see at Nigeria, for instance, having its Vision 2030, sending a man into space from Nigeria, or from its own launching capabilities. And while these are admirable goals, they're also something that calls for secrecy in a sense. And so if at this moment we have countries like South Africa, which can be seen as, as a more of a competitor to Nigeria's spacefaring capabilities than its collaborative partner seeking for knowledge sharing. How are we able to bridge that conversation, to bridge that gap, to get the two parties on the same table and have them see the importance of knowledge sharing, right? The next thing I also see within this field is technology transfer. The African Space Agency seeks to harness space science and technology for Africa's development, with a focus on addressing challenges in agriculture, telecommunications, and security, which are key sectors into building socioeconomic development and even dependency. But again, what are the conversations surrounding this technology transfer? We see certain science innovations in departments like the IITA in Nigeria, and I know in a couple of other present in a couple of other West African countries, who are now building really good innovations for agricultural practices, building innovations to help sustain agricultural food, and even like through the new technology to enable agricultural products. Is this a right conversation to tell them to share secrets on on their bioagricultural innovations? These are things we need to think about. Capacity building as well. Initiatives like the Artemis Accords and the New Space Africa Conference aims to promote technology transfer and build capacity within the African space sector. But is this just a conversation in futility where we see stakeholders travel all the way to Kenya to Tanzania for those conferences? And but what is the realistic way of building or having these tough conversations with stakeholders in order to encourage capacity building, which is also a fulcrum from knowledge and technology transfer? Collaboration. We definitely need to encourage collaboration with member states, research institutions, universities, and even international space agencies, which African states seem to work effectively with, to foster knowledge transfer and skill development to strengthen Africa's role in space science and technology. All right, so promoting inter-African cooperation, I already spoke about the Nigeria-UK case study, and I'm going to reiterate again that technology transfer involves the purchase and acquisition of equipment, the know-how to use, maintain, and repair it, the ability to make it through emulation and reverse engineering to adapt it to local conditions and eventually to design and manufacture original products. This is where we're trying to get Africa to. And to do this, we're trying to also leverage Africa from being a consumer of space technology to an active creator in the space industry to promote research and collaboration. So the purpose of knowledge transfer is to share information, skills, insights, and expertise from one organization or country to another. So what's the right way to do technology transfer, if there even is? I did a few of comparative analysis between where the African Space Agency is trying to go and where the European Space Agency is right now. So I alluded to the fact that there is a technology transfer program within the European Space Agency, which has been able to successfully transfer over 200 space technologies to various non-space sectors. In the US as well, NASA's technology transfer program enables entrepreneurs and organizations to obtain licenses for NASA's patents and convert them into viable commercial products and solutions. And you can also see the German example. I make a note whenever I speak to high school students about some innovations that were developed for astronauts that we now use in our daily lives, such as the memory foams for our shoes, memory foam for our beds, and so on. So this sees a successful crossover between objects that were developed and have patents, and now developed countries have not been able to use this innovations, these inventions in daily lives. Also, I try to give a few suggestions as to how we can do technology transfer the right way on the African continent. And one of the first things I noted is creating a connectivity hub across the African Space Agency. The agency can serve as a central hub for intercontinental and international collaboration on space activities. I noted again that Europe is a great example for Africa. And we tend to do a lot of modeling on the European system or their aspect of space science. So just trying to get a few notes from them on technology transfer is not out of the orbit. So we can try to see the way they identify and de-risk and support the commercialization of space technology. All right, so steps to transfer. We have 5 or 4 steps, depending on how you look at it. The first thing is to identify across the African continent, how can we timely identify knowledge that needs to be transferred? We saw a previous question across from one of the participants asking, what is the right way? The person had asked about the cost of focusing on one area of spacefaring instead of trying to do a lot of things, right? I think one of the ways to answer that is African countries can seek to develop their strengths rather than, trying to fix themselves in so many other sectors and then spend so much resources that now people are asking, or why are we not devoting capital or resources we have to developing industries that are working, and they make a case like space science and technology is a waste of resources, energy, and the rest. So we need to timely identify knowledge that needs to be transferred. We need to also prioritize knowledge that needs to be captured and transferred across Africa's and even international space, across the international space industry. We need to capture and transfer. We need to determine the best approaches to capture and transfer this knowledge, and then share and store information, which is to share this information broadly. I put more of this information here if we wanted to read, in order to be able to access the risk of losing this knowledge. All right, so is this a mission impossible? Is it impossible to properly share technology and knowledge across the African continent? The answer is no. The ecosystems is definitely ripe or can enable space capacity and even sharing within the industry. We just need to put in thought on transforming 4 primary elements to function, which is our human capital. I feel like in my own opinion, I think that if other African countries see that other African countries are making enough strides to develop their human capital, to develop their significant industry base, the conversation about feeling cheated about sharing their own technology to other African countries to then ride up on it and use their own technology as a pedestal to achieving even greater things than someone who's had to start from the with nothing and develop international collaborations to even get to where they are, becomes more amenable, because then you can see your counterparts across the African continent doing more in order to build or have a significant industry base, have the requisite infrastructure, the value chain, the international cooperation. They're doing more in order to get more as well. Then I think it's really a great start to intensify or have this conversation in the first place. So I would like to conclude by saying that definitely technology and knowledge transfer is achievable across the African continent. We need to find a proper way to have this conversation among stakeholders, and to have a successful bridging of the transfer of space technology to the space sector, for instance. There definitely needs to be collaborations between different organizations and sectors, spin-off technologies that enable the creation of applications in non-space industries. And I think from there, we can definitely capture the spirit of the Africa Outer Space Agenda 2063, which will help ensure the continuous exchange of knowledge. So thank you. That's my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, thank you, Emile. Please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. In the meantime, I see a comment in the chat by Sandra saying that your presentation reminds her like the one made by Alexander's about the Moon Agreement. Why? What, in your opinion, what are the constraints? And Sandra refers why the agreement was vetoed and why, as a continent, it seems that Africa has a constraint regarding the applicable laws. Of course, we have the Artemis Accords and we have the Moon Treaty from 1972. So, is there any thoughts you would like to share with us, please?
Wow, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that, Sandra. Okay, so I think there are definitely the ways we do laws on the international plane. We definitely have international conventions which would do more than just the Artemis Accords. And the last time the international community came together to have an agreement binding international relations with the way we do space was the Moon Agreement. I wasn't privy to I wasn't privy to the presentation from Alex, but I definitely agree with him that one of the things that probably stalled the coming into fruition of that Moon Agreement was the requirement for space benefit sharing. It was the first time space benefit sharing was put into the community, into the space environment. Again, it comes down to space. We all know that spacefaring is very capital intensive, and so we're asking countries who have invested a lot of resources, energy, and time into building their space capabilities to then freely and willingly share this information without getting anything back. I like to put myself in their shoes by even thinking sometimes that if I am asked to share something I have worked so hard with, that my citizenry have put in a lot of energy and time and resources to share, would I consider it fair, even though I know that spacefaring is for the benefit of all mankind? And the answer is no, because it's on one end, it seems like it's a race at the end of the day, and then it seems that, and you're asking, again, it's a question, I think, depending on what side of the plane you fall on, can be sentimental as well as logical. So I try to avoid just giving a blanket answer by saying, oh, this is how it should be, right? Because there are a lot of facets that goes into space benefit sharing across the plane. And I know it seems like I'm avoiding the question, but I am also just being mindful of, trying to use my opinion as what is obtainable. With the Moon Agreement, it was definitely to elaborate on the Outer Space Treaty, especially as how it applies to the Moon, and even agreement and the way we're going to be doing things. I see a lot of growth, or even with the way we're going to be doing space capacity through the Artemis Accords, with NASA leading that. That's a different conversation, because then it's not, having everyone's opinion through the UN build, what is obtainable. But those conversations from the Artemis Accords become easier and even more smoother, because then you have nations with like minds who have been able to a large extent develop their spacefaring capacity. And so the conversations change, because we can see on both ends of whether of space capacity that anyone on that table trying to have those conversations are doing their reasonable best in order to have those space capacity that would even enable certain conversations, if that answers the question. But we definitely need to be mindful of our priorities and to avoid the bandwagon effect. I definitely agree. For instance, I will make mention of Nigeria's 2030 vision, sending the man into moon, sending Nigeria into outer space, and so many other things that we know we can see as not obtainable, particularly because the journey to 2030 has not in any way encapsulated that vision. And so it just becomes something that when we get to 2030, we need to reinvent again another unobtainable goal. And then it just seems and what that translates to the international community is that we're not really set on our vision and our goals for the space industry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Etim, please, if you have any comments or questions.
Yes, maybe one or two comments and maybe a question. Well, I know we are running short of time too. One of the things I I could pick from Ayomide's presentation is that we have kind of three types of, when you talk about technology transfer, they're in three forms. The first one which is very popular, which comes to mind readily, is technology or knowledge moving from maybe a developed country to another, to the developing country, or from one country to the other, irrespective of their level of development. But like she pointed out, that is usually very difficult to do because countries have invested a lot, and it's either due to national security concerns or issues around protecting their own markets or interests. It's usually difficult to share technology or knowledge. The other thing around technology transfer, another level, is from the space agency or space institution to maybe the private sector. And that's why she mentioned, for example, European Space Agency having a technology transfer office, NASA having a technology transfer office. So, but for that to happen, then such organizations or such systems must kind of focus around technology development, because if you don't develop technology, it will be difficult for you to transfer to other sectors. So what we have in the US now, where we have SpaceX, Blue Origin, and such development of the private sector, it's primarily because within NASA, technology has been developed, and there's a mechanism to move that technology into the private sector. And now the private sector is driving their systems. And then another, and I think that's one of the places we should really focus on. And then another point she mentioned was technology transfer from the space sector to the non-space sector, which is another thing oftentimes we don't even consider at all. So I've been able to pick those three things. The other observation I also made was when we talk about space law, we always just focus on outer space treaties and things like that. Some other aspects of law are equally important when it comes to space, and one she pointed out strongly was intellectual property law. And we saw that because of the huge gap in intellectual property law, either at the global level or the local level, Nigeria had a lot of issues with the agreement they had with UK. So that links me to the question, which is how can these issues around the knowledge around intellectual property and laws around technology transfer or knowledge transfer, how can we kind of fill that gap, especially since we are trying to promote international space cooperation? Thank you.
Thanks, team. All right, so I'll give a simple answer to that, and I think it's more governmental involvement. So when I mentioned NASA, one of the things that I also want us to note that when it comes to the space agencies and even relevant agencies that work together with NASA to promote space science, they have a lot of federal funding and even private donations and contributions from their citizens and even organizations within America. And so that helps to smoothing the transition from having space innovations in space into the populace that we now use for our daily use, right? And so one of the things that does is to encourage the people building this capacity, these innovations, to encourage them to know that at the end of the day, you're not just building things for astronauts or to help smoothing spacefaring, but that even the citizens or anyone across the world will be able to use it. That way, it smoothens the conversation with intellectual property. So your question was, how can we on the African continent bridge that conversation with intellectual property? And I think that until we start having more governmental involvement with the way we build things with our scientists, our engineers, people innovating things from even the students in universities or colleges who are coming up with brilliant ideas, involved in international competitions to help get funding for their innovations. Until we're able to see those involvement from the government, that conversation becomes harder. So we see an example of this funding from private institutes or even the government, for instance, putting certain clauses for patents. So, for instance, patents are held for, let's say, minimum of 10 years, depending on the classification for that patent. So we know that if such individual who is making that innovation is going to be getting those fundings to bring those innovations to reality, they already know that there's a time clock on those innovations. And so again, it smoothens the conversation that you get benefits not only for your innovations, but you also get recognition for for your innovation. So, which is why a lot of people say we don't really have technology building on the African continent, but that's not true. I've seen scientists in Africa who have built something, but the drive to push it further, or to even surrender their intellectual property rights, is another conversation entirely, which I think is one of the things that we need to start thinking about if we're going to, really come to that level where we're not just consumers of space science, but innovators and drivers globally.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ayomide. Etim, if you want to reply to that answer, please feel free. Otherwise, I can give my own comment if that's okay, Ayomide. Well, first of all, congratulations on your presentation. I think it's about mentality. I mean, I sometimes I disagree about being the wagon of someone else's train. So I rather have my own high-speed train. I mean, you can welcome technology transfer offices, you can welcome incubation centers in Africa, but of course you can hire your own experts. You can rely on the private market. You can rely on banking. You can rely on insurances. So let's not forget. I was 2 years at the COPUOS Legal Subcommittee of the United Nations in Vienna, and I saw the Outer Space Treaty was enacted in 1967. And 50 years after, we're still defining trying to find the definition and agreement on the delimitation of outer space. I mean, of course, if you want to wait until a whole treaty is published, I mean, it will take forever. So, of course, now we have free exploration, international cooperation. There's non-appropriation of space, and then you retain jurisdiction of what you do. Of course, that's the public part, but the private part, you have your own the contracts you sign, and you have the constraints you sign regarding licenses and the patents. But of course, there's a time limit for all that. But if you develop your own technology centers, you hire your own experts, whether national or international, and you boost your private sector, you can have your own technology, and you can start that technology from step 20 or 10, as I was referring. So I mean, I would think as let's build your own high-speed train. Let's focus on your economy, and of course identify the industry in any country or any region that is stronger. For instance, agriculture. Okay, let's create a swarm of drones capable to protect and to enhance the economy of every company, because you have to rely also on ultra low cost devices. There are pico satellites, there are nano satellites. Building a drone is not that expensive, but again, of course, if you rely on finance, then you can reach agreements regarding, okay, we can pay in different installments. You can sell your products and so on. I think that sky is the limit. You can generate your own patents. I mean, so again, it's about international cooperation. The International Space Station, it's an agreement about countries like Russia and then the US, Canada, Japan, and so on. So maybe in the near future, you can have your own space station easily. So again, I would not think in a way that you depend on someone else, but just learn from the technology, create your own technology, and move forward. I mean, it's a great chance. So thank you so much. Ayomide, if you want to add anything else, so please go ahead.
Just thank you, Jordi, and thanks, Etim, for the opportunity. And thanks, Dr. Alade, as well, for giving me a very soft landing. I enjoyed this conversation, and I think definitely it's a mentality thing. We have some. When I lived in Nigeria, it was easier for me to conclude, oh, why are they not sharing their technology? But as I began to frequently participate with countries outside of Nigeria, I'd see how difficult that conversation would be, particularly when it seems that African countries are waiting for your technology transfer for them to even be able to do anything or improve on it. That's that mentality that I think we need to get rid of in order to be successful or to properly transform. And I think definitely the African Space Agency, with its new face, with its new launch, is a good intermediary to be able to bridge that gap. Absolutely.
Wonderful. I'll share with you also two objectives, of the, Copernicus space program in Europe, align with the Opera agreement with Africa regarding the digital transformation. I mean, there are two steps that are worth to take into account, because if you develop your own sustainable framework and ecosystem and commercial segment, you have a lot to say here in the global market. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ayomide, and I look forward to see you soon. I give the floor back to Etim, please.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. So for this session, actually, we've run over time by about 2 minutes for this session. So what happened in the last session was to move Alexander's presentation to the next session. But Alana's presentation is very much closely tied to the discussion at hand, which is on technology transfer. So I wanted to, I don't know how to do a vote or something, if we can allow Alana to speak now rather than moving it to the next session. If we are okay with that, then we can delay the break till after Alana has spoken. If that's okay with us, I don't know. Are we okay with that, so that Alana goes on to speak now, because it's related to the topic that we are discussing? Okay, thank you. All right, so thanks. So back to you, Jody. Alana is, yeah, thank you.
Pleasure. Please proceed. And it's been a pleasure to moderate this session, and I look forward for the next one.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. I'll be quick. I won't be that long, but I do have a few points to share based on what my colleagues have said. So thank you very much. Just let me know if you can see my screen. Good to go? Cool. Everyone, I'm Alana Kruger. I'm from Innovate UK, Global Alliance Africa. I've gotten the sense that people are quite scared of international partnerships, or not scared, are a little bit, I feel a little bit distrusted by them. So I'm here to kind of speak to you about what we do, because the crux of our work is really partnership. But just in short, I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I am South African. I grew up in Botswana, and I'm under a program called Global Alliance Africa, which sits under the Innovation Agency of the UK government. What I can tell you about the UK is they are fully focused on equitable partnerships globally. That is their new goal. And Ayomide, I'm very sorry to hear that a Nigerian company got slighted by a UK company. I'd like to get more into that if I can. But essentially, we exist to connect ideas and people across various countries. We're currently in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, with our space work also spanning Rwanda as well. And we really foster collaboration and innovation development between different countries and different industries as well. So the thing of cross-cutting innovations across different industries is something key to what we do. And we really focus on socio-economic development. So how do we look at innovation, technology, and sustainability for a brighter future for communities in the ground? We have lots of different kind of programs that look at these. The main one that I'll focus on today is called the Innovation Network. So we have quite a few, 7 in total, that are across Africa. But in South Africa specifically is water and waste. And then we have the space technology one, which is the first ever multilateral network, because it is such a big market and a big opportunity for Africa specifically. We are really focused on this one in an international kind of way. I don't really need to go through this because everybody knows, but why we need to talk about space. It's a massive opportunity for Africa specifically. We are quite far behind in terms of international countries, or, the Europe, America, even Australia, and them. They're a little bit further than us currently, but we have a lot of history, specifically in Egypt and South Africa, that we can leverage on. And the opportunity for our communities and our economies in the future are massive, and it's something that we cannot really miss out on. I'll run to the last bullet point. So creating local launch capabilities in Africa could reduce costs by up to 40%, and this is globally, which is a massive opportunity for us to really tap into that market. The other thing to note worth is that the investment into the sector is increasing year on year. So this is despite economies in Africa kind of have lost value over the last 10 years, but the amount of money going into the sector is still increasing. And this just shows the value add and the commitment that governments are making to make sure that this industry really grows here. So why we are here is how do we actually make sure these investments are equitable? So I'll explain to you how our network works and kind of the work that we do. But essentially, Global Alliance Africa exists to make sure that these kind of partnerships are equitable. So the nice bilateral funds that you see that go out on the internet and say, hey, find a partner that is in the UK and you can co-develop technologies or solutions with them. We exist to make that fair. That is why we are here. So just specifically in our network, we're focusing on problems and opportunities for Africa, not for anybody else, but the technology areas that move the needle for impact here. So what companies has a big market here, what technologies are available here, and what skills do we need to create to kind of make these available. So optimizing access to geospatial data, cross-sector Earth observation applications, so that's your disaster management, agriculture, water security, those kinds of things. And then enabling entrepreneurship within the sector. So that's a massive thing, especially for job creation and for enabling the entrepreneurs and the guys in Africa to build their own companies from scratch. Not getting handouts and not, getting these knowledge transfer or these partnerships from international companies that end up kind of bulldozing them. Those days are over. That doesn't really count anymore. And I really agree with what Dr. Tasm said earlier of a mechanism for absorbing knowledge through partnerships. And this is really the time. There's no point in creating these partnerships with, international companies where you do a knowledge exchange or a technology exchange, you do the project for 6 months and then you go your separate ways. That's not really how we work. I'll give you an example of kind of a successful project that we did earlier. But what I'm trying to say is these partnerships are no longer where you're giving market access to international companies. You're actually enabling African companies to leapfrog, into what's available technology-wise now. Unfortunately, we are behind, especially in terms of education. Our human capital, as we've heard today, is quite low. So how do we create partnerships that help us leapfrog there and share the knowledge that you don't have to go and study a 10-year degree to now catch up with the industry, because in those 10 years, that'll be behind again. So how do we make sure that we stay up to date with the latest things? In terms of this network, we have a group of advisors, and they are across all the different countries. So we have Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, and the UK on board. We have a few faces more that's on this. This is from last year. But essentially, these specialists come together once every 3 months, and they discuss what's happening in the different industries. So what's happening in Rwanda, what's happening in Kenya, South Africa. We are looking to get Nigeria on board as well. And this is just the start of a really, really great network that helps people sit at the table in an equal way and say, this is what our country has to offer, this is what we're doing, this is what we need, and then we enable those partnerships to happen. So all the programs that come from Global Alliance Africa are advised by them and are advised straight out of the space agencies and the entrepreneurs on the ground who are saying, this is what we need to get to where we want to be. Activities carried out to date. So we've done quite a bit. We're doing a knowledge share piece where we show the value of the space industry in Africa. We have a human capital development program called the Next Gen Space Challenge. So we've had winners from all 4 countries who have gotten prize money, international kind of exposure to different companies, really putting them on the map as entrepreneurs and as tech specialists in the sector. And then we've also funded technologies. We have done 2 partnership ones to date. So They required 2 African countries and 1 UK company to be part of it. Really, really cool technologies. And I'm happy to say, so as an example, the one that was piloted in Kenya, it was a small ticket, it was £60,000. It was a UK company, a Kenyan, and a Rwandan company. That Kenyan company is now doing a full-scale pilot across 3 countries with 5 insurance companies that are sponsoring them fully. So our investment just got them to the line where they were market ready. So they were a cool idea. They got knowledge from the Rwanda company and the UK company, and then the Kenyan company was then enabled with a little bit of funding and the knowledge share that came through. They were able to solidify a big contract with 5 insurance companies as a pilot. So the UK company, I guess, got some market value out of it, but the Kenyan company is the one that have secured business going forward, and that's really what we want to see. In terms of key impacts to date, I'd also just like to add we are new. We've only been around for a year, so we are still a very new network, but we are currently the biggest network in Innovate UK as well. As I said, we have the full-scale commercial pilot. We had the African presence for the first time ever at SpaceCom in London, so we managed to get a full African pavilion there to really put the African companies on the map. And it was the busiest booth there in the whole arena because Africa is such a key component of the future of the space sector, and that's really what we want to kind of highlight. We've empowered over 50 African space entrepreneurs. 2 MOUs have been signed. We're enabling cross-country collaboration, not only in the space sector, but in the water sector as well. For example, we're looking at agriculture. So we're really looking to see how we can take space technology and apply it in other industries in Africa as well. Yeah, I have some notes as well from the previous speakers. So yeah, I really agree with Dr. Tasman. We need to enable absorption of knowledge through these partnerships. So make sure that it's done in a sustainable and a fair way. And that's really what we focus on. And unfortunately, Africa is, we're looking now at launch capabilities locally, which is a massive opportunity for Africa. But at the same time, UK, America are looking at in-orbit manufacturing. So how do we compete with that? As the first world countries are already in, space 3.0, how do we make sure that we keep up with them? Yeah, and above all, our network really enables visibility of what's happening in each of the countries. So we kind of break down that barrier of trust. We make sure that over time, the different space agencies and countries can really trust each other and come together and collaborate and knowledge share, not only UK to South Africa or, Kenya, but Kenya to South Africa, Rwanda to Kenya. All those kinds of bilaterals are welcome, and we really enable visibility to ensure that there's trust built locally in Africa, in the ecosystem. There are QR codes. Anyone's welcome to join our network. It's open to innovators, academia, funders, government entities. So you can just scan it and join our LinkedIn group. It really gives you visibility to everything that's happening in the network, all the opportunities for funding and grants and any sort of opportunities that come forward. That's me. That was a fast one, but I'm done. Are there any questions?
Sorry, thank you so much, Alana, for this wonderful presentation. Of course, it's about the title of your presentation, which is equity, right? It's about values. It's about trying to find the right strategy, the right opportunity for this market segment, and of course, let that everyone evolves according to their own ways. So I totally agree. It's a matter of values and ethics, and of course, Africa has a huge potential. So please, if there's any further questions or comments, sure. Itim, I'll give the floor. I'll give it for back to Alana for further comments. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Jody. I'm not sure Alana has any. I think Alana is your true, right? Yeah, so thanks a lot. So I think we can, thanks a lot, Jody, for the session. It's really detailed and very nice discussions. So we ought to have started the next session now, but if we can just take a few minutes to stretch, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, and because I see the moderator and the other speakers are already on ground. so that we just have we can come back just in 5 minutes from now. So when it's 12:35 GMT, then we can start the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm well. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Um, let's just give everyone a minute to settle in.
Okay.
Right. Thank you everyone for being patient up until this time. And thank you for the really interesting discussions. I think the fact that we are going over time shows that there is so much to say and so much to cover. So it's really interesting, and I hope we are learning a lot from it. So without wasting much time, I'll hand over to Sandra to moderate what I believe is our third and final session, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we save the best for the last. So yeah.
We believe so. So thank you everyone for coming back for our final session. And this session is about the regulatory and governance regimes. And so we're going to look at the national or the Tunisian Space Agency, the different approaches and imperatives for assessing the strategies for the Tunisian Space Agency. And then we'll look at the challenges that are involved with artificial intelligence on legal responsibility under space law. And lastly, we shall have Jody back again for the geospatial medicine and legal interoperability. So I would like to thank you all for sticking with us, and let's have an enjoyable last session. So I'd like to welcome Rehab and Siwa to come and tell us more about the Tunisian Space Agency. Oh, I think you will have maybe 15 to 20 minutes. That should be enough. Yeah?
Yes, I do believe so. Thank you, Sandra, for this kind introduction. Siwar, will you share the screen, please?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I will share the screen. Please let me know if you can see it or not. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, you can start. Thank you all. Welcome to our presentation on National Space Agency, assessing strategic approaches and imperative. And thank you for accepting our book to be presented during the second ASLI Colloquium on the African Outer Space Program. I would just like, first of all, I would just like to say that we don't have a space agency, and that we want not that have the perception that in Tunisia we have a national space agency or national space body deal with space activities. Next slide, please, Stuart. So actually our presentation will be focused on four pillars. First of all, we're going to assess the status quo and why we need a national body in the first place, and afterwards what the challenges the national space ecosystem is facing in Tunisia, and we ended up with some strategic recommendation. Next, please. Okay, so regarding the status quo, we have like some entities that have been already established, and it's been working from the 18th, such as the National Center for Cartography and Remote Sensing, which called in French CNCT, in Tunisia. it established it in 1988 as a no administrative public company, and it promotes the use of space application, particularly remote sensing and Earth observation. It's also contributes to projects addressing national priorities. We have as well the National Commission for Outer Space Affairs under the supervision of the Tunisia Ministry of Higher Education, and the head of this actually commission is the Minister of Higher Education, and it coordinates space-related activities across ministerial departments, as it englobes different representatives from different ministries, such as the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Communication, etc. Next slide, please, you are. Okay. We have also in Tunisia, as Tendo and Nelly mentioned, in Morocco, not just in Morocco, but even at North African level, we have the China Arab States Virgin Center, Baidu Center, and it established in 2018 in the capital. Actually, the center is a collaboration between China and the Arab Information and Communication Technology Organization under the League of Arab States. It's basically it basically promotes the Baidu satellite navigation system for a global application, and it offers training and technological research for Arab nation. We have as well the opportunity as well to launch the Challenge 1 satellite. It's developed by Telnet Holding in Tunisia, and it's marked the first, let's say, satellite developed by private Tunisian company, and just like to avoid any misperception, Tunisia doesn't have a satellite as a governmental entity or governmental level, but we have a first satellite, private satellite developed by private entity. This satellite is controlled and monitored from Telnet laboratory in Tunisia, likely at their facility in Sfax, where the Sfax Digital Research Center is located. We had also the pleasure of organizing the TICAD 8 event, and I had the pleasure of being one of the coordinators of that event, which involves different entities from different space African countries. We had Kenya Space Agency, we had Nigeria Space Agency, we have Egypt Space Agency, and we have JAXA, and a lot of companies such as the Orbit was presented there, and it was a gathering to further push the cooperation side between Japan and Tunisia in space cooperation. We had also the Starlink testing in Tunisia, and it's conducted by the Ministry of Communication Technologies in 2023 in 3 areas, actually, in Gabes, Ariana, and Tunis. And but it didn't last like for a long period of time, because it was just for 3 months. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So the question here that we need to ask, really, why we need a space, let's say, a national body to cover and to govern the space activity in Tunisia. First of all, there's multiple reasons, and one of the reasons is we can leverage always the space technology to enhance the quality of life. I mean, can support SDGs in key areas such as agriculture, food security. As you may know, Tunisia is actually considered as one of the Africa tourist countries. Only 19 satisfied with water quality in 2022, and 7% was located in the southern region. So it's basically a very low numbers. And we use, as we know, satellites to monitor water levels in reservoirs and aquifers. So that's very critical for Tunisia. Another aspect could be the education connectivity, and a satellite, for example, internet can improve connectivity in reserved areas, supporting education. Another point is Tunisia actually regarding its geographical position, it made Tunisia very, very vulnerable to illegal immigration. For example, we had reported in April 2023 that there is more than 300 death disappearance. So that's a very, very critical number. So satellite could enable continuous border and coastal surveillance. Next slide, Stuart, please. Thank you. Other question and other, let's say, sides of why we need a space agency today is we can coordinate the national and international efforts, because a space agency could coordinate ministries, private entities, and research institutions to prevent overlapping responsibilities. And we see that with the acquisition of data and the processing of data. That also can, the space agency can represent Tunisia in international forums, and that will foster cooperation and building sustainable, let's say, space industry. Another point is we don't have a legal framework for space activity in Tunisia. Tunisia only space, let's say, related, and it's not directly related. Law is the law was established and enacted in 1988 and amended in 2004. That was the key driver of establishing the CNCT. So the let's say the national and domestic law, why we need domestic law in first place is much needed to govern existing and the future space activities, ensuring, of course, compliance with international space law, ATO standards, encompass resolution, and so on. That could also protect and regulate licensing, and because one of the, let's say, problem faced Starlink whenever they had the testing is the absence of clear license norms. Also, we called like truth, domestic and national law define rules for public and private entities to foster transparency and innovation, and that would engage more and more investors. That could also position Tunisia as a responsible global player in discussion on different space debate level. I mean, and that's one way on how we can hold and and attract investments. Another point is how we can why we need is we can build like a thriving space ecosystem, as we can create more job opportunities in different space segments, and of course we can drive the future workforce and build the future workforce in Tunisia. Another point, which is critical, and I do believe all the African countries has the same problem, is the access to funding, because having space agencies could enhance your opportunity to access the funding. Because of the centralization, coordination of space activities, as well, we can attract venture capital and scale local companies. One question, or one important, let's say, critical question is the sovereignty and independency level, because national agency could reduce reliance on foreign providers, ensure, let's say, entrepreneurs access to real-time data during geopolitical disruption, and of course build national expertise and foster self-reliance, and again position Tunisia as a leader or as a key operator or key actor in the global space arena. Next slide, please, Siwar. Okay. So one of the challenges actually Tunisia is facing today is we don't have, not we don't have, but there is no clear vision, but we have a space strategy that has been enacted. But that once enough, that needs like more amendments to be put in place. Because without a clear vision, space agencies and coherent goals, not aligned with national priorities and needs, and there is a chance that won't keep pace with global technological advancements, and that will lead to a lot of said breakdowns. I mean, like dependency on external actors, inefficient resource use on non-essential projects, hinder growth, and that will reduce as well the ability to attract international collaboration and investment. One of the key challenges as well is as we mentioned before, is the financial and funding constraints. Because establishing a space agency or establishing space sector requires a lot of funding and significant and initial and ongoing investment for infrastructure, for R&D, for maintenance, for different space segments. Today, Tunisia is in critical role. I mean, when we talk about economical stability, so that will more and more further about the reliance on external funding. Another point is the long-term return investment from space activities may take years. I mean, straining government budget without private sector support. As we mentioned before, that we need a workforce for that, but in Tunisia we lack a skilled workforce for the space industry, and that due to the absence of dedicated aerospace education programs. We don't have university curriculum focused on aerospace studies. So this shortage of qualified professional limits the ability to grow the space sector and meet industry demands. Another point again is the lack of legal consideration. Thank you. Tunisia actually lacks a comprehensive legal framework for space activities. As we mentioned, we have not directly legal framework related to space activities. We only have one, and that will of course amplify the gaps. I mean, for example, as we mentioned, the Starlink testing. For example, challenge one was registered into Tunisia despite no national licensing, no regulation as well for satellite acquisition use. So all of that needs like to be clarified at certain points. We have a problem when it comes to a structural organization and task delegation, because establishing a space agency requires a clear management structure and governance model. And given its intersection with multiple ministries. As an example, we can say that the Egyptian Space Agency could be an illustrative example because it's placed under the presidency of central authority. So when we have representatives from ministries that ensure coordination and alignment, a well-defined structure streamlines decision-making, and that much needed today for building up and establishing a space agency and for the growth and sustainability of having a space agency. So
yeah.
let's see where you can take the floor, please. From
You
here.
have,
Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker has about 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to ask, Thank you, Rihab, for mentioning all the challenges. Can you hear me, everyone? Yes? So basically now to the strategic recommendations. You might have heard about us wanting to establish a space agency. That has been a very trending topic since 2023. Now we're in 2025, but unfortunately we don't have any progress so far. So as my colleague mentioned, we don't have a clear roadmap. So that's the first thing to recommend. To understand, first of all, our needs, our national needs, and then build a comprehensive space strategy, also aligned with the international entities and also the regional entities that we have. As an example, the African Space Agency or the other space agencies in Africa. The second major point is to build our workforce. Also, that's a point that Rihab mentioned before. Until now, we don't have any university curriculum, so we need to work on that. Not because we don't have the experts for that. We need to mention this point, but because we didn't cooperate yet, all the entities together, and agreed on the need for that. The third point is to develop a clear regulatory framework, because in order to start launching things to space and to have entities collaborating together, you need a law to guide them and to put them under the same umbrella. And the fourth point is to cooperate in a way between the private sector and the governmental sector to get to put them both on the same middle ground and to make them interact with each others. Until now, I must say that the private sector is not that well developed in Tunisia. We don't have a space sector yet, but that is the ground to fund something new and start with a startup. So here are the same points, but elaborated in a better way. As Rihab said before, we lack a lot of funding in order to be active in some space initiatives. You need to have funding in the infrastructure to be able to build launch pads, etc., etc. And for that, you have two entities. The first one is the public sector, which can start with initial capital investment and an entity that can present the policy part of the sector. And then we have the private sector who can also contribute with the technology development and the talent acquisition and also co-funding some of the missions. The second important point, as I said before, is the need for international investment and partnerships. A lot of things are going on right now in Africa, so I think it's the best time to start setting the first contacts and collaborating on the first programs, probably with the African Space Agency or many other agencies also. We can't also forget the international entities such as the European Space Agency, NASA, JAXA, all of them. We can also get help from there, even in the part of getting an advice or also with the funding. The third point is the capacity building. We have engineers, we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have everyone, but unfortunately we don't have a space program yet. So there is an urgent need to focus on degree programs by 2026, hopefully. And for this matter, we need to have a collaboration between the governmental part and also the international universities, as an example, or institutes that could guide us to develop curricula and to help us exchange the teaching resources. Also, the startup ecosystem is very important. We don't have a startup ecosystem right now for space matters, so it's time to start with that. As an example, start competitions and boosters for the startups and get funding for that. That was it. I hope that was our time. So thank you so much for your attention, and we are open for questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Siwa and Riyab, for your presentation and giving us a deeper insight into Tunisia's space activities, especially the current status quo. So we do have a question from Aicha. Aicha asks, do you think each African state shall establish a space agency, or do we need some regional initiatives?
I think I will take that. Regarding regarding the regional initiative, we have already the African Space Agency as a regional body that govern and push and promote the space activities in Africa. And having an African, I mean, of course, that's a key to promote any state's voice when it comes to establishing a national entity. I do believe each African countries should establish a national, let's say, body that governs and promote the space activities within its reach, because every African country has its own needs and own necessities when it comes to why we need a space agency or why we need a national body. I mean, our needs is, for example, in North Africa or Tunisia, is mainly is sometimes different from the West or from the East or from the South. So basically, having national body will amplify our voices. I mean, not just at regional, stage or scale, but at a global scale. So I would say yes. I think so. I think that all African countries should establish a national body within within space domain. Right.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? All right. If not, I'll conclude by saying that the challenges that the two presenters have given us are major challenges that actually affect so many African states. And so it is something that we as a nation, or we as individual African states, need to focus on, focus on these challenges: the skill inefficiency, the financial constraints, the legal framework, the lack of a clear vision. This one is very important because it's what drives us to, to fulfill what needs to be done. So thank you so much, Siwa and Riyab, for your presentation. All right, without further ado, you're welcome. So without further ado, let's have George Siage to tell us more about artificial intelligence and the legal responsibility.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, as the moderator has said, my name is George Siage. I'm from Tanzania, but currently I'm on study at China in Beijing. I will address only the part concerning the legal framework, which is currently in existence as far as...
George, can I cut you off for a bit? Do you have your PPT? Would you like to share it?
No, I've already... okay, fine.
If you don't have it, then I can share it.
Yeah, you can just go and share it.
All right. Oh, give me a minute. Sorry. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right.
So what I was saying is that I'll address the aspect of the legal part, which is my main focus as far as the current legal framework is concerned. And we all agree, and if we don't all agree, then that would be my take, that despite the benefit that comes out with the modern technology as far as exploration in outer space is concerned, still there are some legal unanswered questions which may make the entire enjoyment of space exploration in jeopardize if these legal questions are not well addressed. Following the fact that the current legal regime, what I'm talking about legal regime is the OS Treaty and the Liability Conventions. The fact that these two treaties were enacted a time ago, which they are now outdated as far as the new technology is concerned in outer space, then the pace of artificial intelligence is giving us some legal concern, which are to be answered. And on the first question is on the responsibility and eventual liability. Here, the concern is what will happen if an artificial intelligence on its own evolution causes some misconduct or some misdeed during its operation in space. Then who should we hold responsible and eventually being held liable as far as the current legal framework is concerned? Now, if you look the current legal framework under the OS Treaty and the Liability Conventions, which are the main legal instrument as far as liability is concerned, they only quantify liability to state party or to a launching state, and from the ordinary definition of a launching state or a state party, then the entire aspect of artificial intelligence does not qualify. Then this leaves a lacuna in law which can be absurd in the future, following the fact that currently, according to my little research, there is this new, they called the September Manifesto, which is of the view that in 20 or 25 years to come, we could have what is called artificial superintelligence, which could be more advanced than the current one we are experiencing, which can reason and think and decide even better than a normal human being. That's how the research predicts. Now, that by itself is an alarming factor that we need to also regulate how we use artificial intelligence in outer space operation. So one of the questions that is in dilemma is who is to be responsible, because under the current legal framework, artificial intelligence is not being featured, bearing the fact that these two laws, they are old because of their enactment years and the space of science and technology as far as the operation in outer space is concerned. Then that by itself is a lacuna which needs to be answered. Apart from the responsibility and liability, then the next question is the nature and the extent of liability. Then here is one of the very disturbing questions, because under the current framework, liability can be absolute or fault-based liability. Then for there to be a fault-based liability, which is regulated by the Liability Convention, then there must be a fault to the party, or to the state party, or to the launching state, or to the launching state. Now, bearing the fact that if the act was perpetually done by the artificial intelligence itself, and there was not any human involvement or intervention in it, then the launching state may waive itself from the legal liability, claiming that it had no fault part played on the misdeed that happened or on the misdeed that occurred. Now, that by itself is another area that is alarming and needs to be regulated as far as we need to have harmonious and peaceful exploration and the use of outer space. But apart from the nature, there is also the aspect of the extent of liability. To what extent will this liability go? Will it be criminal or civil? Judging from the wording of the current liability convention of 1972, the wording of the convention place more on civil liability vis-a-vis criminal liability. Then the alarming question or the alarming loophole is that what if it will happen that we have a case of criminal nature? Let's assume that during the course of space exploration or space use, AI commits what is called an act of aggression as far as international criminal law is concerned. Then here the question is, who should be held accountable? The launching state, or who should be held accountable? The fact that the current regime is silent on it, then that also gives another dilemma as far as how do we navigate this new era of science and technology as far as the exploration in outer space is concerned. And lastly, I will address now what should be done as a part of my little suggestion is that I think we should come up with a mechanism of addressing the peaceful use of artificial intelligence in outer space exploration. If it can be good, country which they are now developing or starting to develop their space agents. One among being that country is my country, Tanzania. We are now on the process of developing our own space agents. Then it's good for countries that are developing or they are thinking of developing space agents. They should have a legal framework which caters the question of how do we responsibly and peacefully apply the use of artificial intelligence in outer space exploration. That's one. But second, the existing legal framework can be amended, or if not amended, then I think there is a need of having a specific piece of legislation which will govern the responsible use of artificial intelligence in outer space exploration for the sake of human being, because if we cannot legally being able to govern the responsible use of artificial intelligence, then there is no point of having space exploration, because it can be dangerous to human being, and no one wants that to happen. That being said, I say thank you, and I'm so honored to present my thoughts on this podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Do we have any questions? All right. I think artificial intelligence is something that we need to keep in mind for now. However, if we think about it from an African context, George, is there a way that we can actually, because currently African nations are more focused on remote sensing, and most of our focus is very limited. We haven't thought ahead to the AI, actualization, especially for African states. So I'm wondering how we as African states can actually open up to this idea and try to, input this idea into the different areas that we're interested in, like remote sensing or climate monitoring, all those areas.
Thank you for the question, Sandra. I bear what you're saying, but again, we should not be left behind. But that is my call here. Yeah, you cannot isolate yourself that we cannot do this, we cannot do that because we are developing. We are in the verge of developing remote sensor and the rest. But a lot of speakers here, they have been speaking about the transfer or the export of technology. And that's where you have to regulate it. If you export or you transfer technology, then how do you use it? Then there must be some legal mechanism on the technology that you will export in your country on how you go about it. And this is not only for Africa. My thought is on a general perspective that not only for African state, but this is for global concern. It's not only the African state which the stakeholders as far as state space exploration is concerned. We are behind, yes, I get it, but we should not be left behind that matter because we can foresee what the future holds, and we can try to go with the pace of where the future is heading. That is my take on your question.
Okay, thank you. We have two questions here. One is from Tinetariro. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So he's saying AI and manufacturing of satellite components in space, especially AI-operated 3D printing. AI has hallucinations in GIS and GIS applications. I don't understand what this question is. Tinetariro, could you open your mic and explain, if you don't mind? Okay, let's move on to the second question. This is from Aicha. Oh, okay.
Maybe I have just read the question, but I get it why he's saying that it is an hallucination. But my friend, decades ago, no one knew that there will be what is called artificial intelligence, which has the capacity of mimicking the human intelligence. No one believed that. No one believed that. If 30 years ago, no one believed this thing could happen. Could happen. Why I'm saying this because yesterday I was reading a paper, and there is this guy from OpenAI, who is the CEO, is of the view that his company is now on developing what is called artificial super intelligence, which he, according to his research, is saying it will be more advanced than the current one, not only mimicking what has been already programmed into the computer system and devices for artificial intelligence to work. That will not be mimicking, that will be reasoning as far as a human being can reason. We can say, okay, that is too theoretical. Yeah, it can be too theoretical, but that's where people they are heading now. If we want to lay ourselves behind others, they are just moving on. So yes, I get there is two sides here. Artificial intelligence is not that much, and there are those people say it is really because it is being used now in outer space, just like state data correction, analysis, removal of space debris, and so forth and so forth and so on. So yes, there can be hallucination, but still, as we go on and we want to have a good space agency, we need to also be keen with the technology that is ahead of us and regulate it responsibly.
Well, thank you, George. We have to be prepared either way.
Thank you.
You have another question? I have seen, this is from Aicha, I have seen in the news that China has sent or is going to send powerful calculators with AI in space. To understand, is China enforcing a legal framework on it?
I didn't understand that question. Maybe you could explain more.
The question is asking whether China has a legal framework that is going to regulate AI in space, especially because it plans to send AI-powered calculators in space.
China has its own internal law, which regulates the exploration and use of outer space. But on the aspect of if the regulation indeed touches the question that I've raised, that I'm not familiar with.
Okay, thank you. If we are talking about China, I could just say one thing. All Chinese space activities are regulated by the China's National Space Administration. And Jody has just sent us a link that is talking about the same thing, you know, the AI supercomputers and all.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed with China and also those other major space powers is they leverage on the gaps in the laws. Okay. So if the law does not talk about it, then they will do it. They'll find a way to work around it. So it's up to us, you know, policymakers or the African continent to try to make sure that whatever we do, we actually benefit from the things that we do. So oh, sorry, that was the alarm.
Yeah.
So the need to actually understand where and how far we're going with these AI-powered satellites is actually very pertinent and important, especially for where we're going technologically. So, George, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, George, for your presentation. Next, we are going to have... Oh, here you are. We're going to have Jody talking about the geospatial medicine and legal interoperability. This is advancing health-driven space innovation in South Africa and beyond. You're welcome, Jody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandra, for giving me the floor. I'll be fast because I don't know how much time we have.
Maybe
So
you could use 15 minutes.
okay, that's more than enough. Thank you all. It's a true pleasure. This presentation, I hope you can see it. It's the continuation of the previous one I did yesterday, and of course it's kind of like related to the presentation about AI that our colleague has done a while ago. So it's about, of course, I was speaking yesterday about the presence of geospatial medicine in a way that how can we use satellites to protect human health, and how can we detect these three types of you know of sickness or diseases. So I'll be fast in this regard. So geospatial medicine is used, you know, to detect and to map advanced medical treatments and diseases, and identify regions where remote sensing and satellite navigation can coordinate efforts. And of course, and legal interoperability refers to how can we interpret data and satellite imagery internationally. So the example we have in Europe is I think quite interesting, because with that we can collaborate in sharing data on cross-border between cross-border agencies, and we can reach to harmonize legal systems. So in a way that if we have like a research center located in a country, and then there are major breaking discoveries, and we can share the information, and of course being able to cure this disease in another place, another country, another area. So the focus is the vector-borne diseases, the airborne infection diseases, and non-communicable diseases, as I was referring yesterday. So I showed two tables. The first one refers about the what type of vector-borne diseases that use like a biological organism to transmit these sickness, like mosquito, fly, or tick. Some examples of pathogen carriers, they require this existence of biological intermediary and to carry the pathogen from human to human. And some examples could be malaria, dengue, leishmaniasis, yellow fever, and so on. All right, all that with opposite to airborne infectious diseases, which do not require this living vector, are transmitted through the air via droplets or aerosols, and we have tuberculosis, COVID-19, and so on. So again, with that information and the information provided by satellites and how certain environments affect the evolution and how these signals spread, we can create strategies to prevent the spreading such diseases such as habitat management, also air filtration, ventilation, and distance among subjects. And of course, I showed another table referring how what type of disease, the examples, and of course the relations with environment. For instance, malaria has a strong dependency on water, humidity, temperature. We can identify the origin of the sickness and how can we trace this sickness by using hydrospatial patterns and outbreaks. And we can use satellite technology and drone technology to track the vector habitats, for instance. So there's a whole doctrine written about this type of both sicknesses, vector and airborne diseases, and even cancer. We can detect lifestyle and urban, regions where the diabetes and cardiovascular disease is more often, located in urban areas or certain green space or pollution. So it depends on every study and every region that will determine how to act. So why? Because then we prevent the disease from spreading. We can enforce and we can develop the epidemiology of the sickness, and we can cure and tackle rare oncology diseases, for example, and with to prevent gaps from happening. That's why I referred to international collaboration. So this mapping technology will improve prognosis and how this sickness will evolve among patients. So satellite navigation, we can create and locate cutting edge therapies depending on how and where the sickness is located. We can map these regions using remote sensing technologies, right? And we can support the emergency response, to tackle again this sickness affecting humanity, right? So how can we uh, join the technical and the legal environment in this regard by unifying what I identified is the so-called Unified Medical Language System, the acronym UMLS, which stands for this uniform medical system. It's you can go to the WHO, the World Health Organization. Every sickness has a whole and a specific code. For instance, I recovered a rare oncology disease called ameloblasttic carcinoma. They have this own number, as you can see here in the slide. So if we identify data sets and metadata with a code, and we can integrate this technical, sickness and the legal environment, we can tackle this sickness much better. So again, how can we make this happen? So by creating a framework, a policy, a legal and policy framework capable to tackle and to study this phenomena. So perhaps the European health data space is being enacted and it's under the legislative process. It was in the parliament, I think, a while ago. European Parliament. So there are many legal concerns such as the data protection, issues, and of course there are international organizations that are willing to cooperate regarding data shares, such as the Group on Earth Observation, which support also treatments and might open the floor to algorithm-based treatments. So we should not forget that, for instance, cancer is not only treated using chemotherapy, but also radiotherapy, but also immunology, solutions. So now AI is used to create immunological treatments of, to tackle sickness and to give and provide a better prognosis. So AI algorithms and satellites can support the development of machine learning protocols. We can even tackle biomarkers which define the proteins of each sickness, and we can establish personalized and medicine care. And so we can go one step further in medicine, right? So there are some case studies, happening regarding the genetic markers in the rare oncology disease I was referring to before, like in Nigerian hospitals regarding this sickness, ameloblasttic carcinoma. We can identify about the immunohistochemistry, the proteins and the markers that are most prominent to react when this sickness develops. And we need, of course, to create a framework of data and interoperable data, medical data platform in Africa. So, the more cooperation we have among countries, the better way we'll tackle diseases. So, previous programs, we have the Servir, which is a joint development initiative between NASA and the U.S. Agency for International Development. We have also the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, and we have the global, the Group on Earth Observation, which has a huge health community and practice, work group on the application of AI for Earth observation, which is great. So I think the conclusion, we can build and create health-driven space innovation, which saves lives and protects, communities and regions from sickness to spread. Again, legal harmonization requires further data, further work, and more cooperation. So if we gather this unified medical language system with satellite navigation, with this data system, which a European health data system, for example, or your own legal ecosystem, then I'm sure we can start working out for a better future for humans. So thank you so much. I'm open to questions, and I'll give the floor back to Sandra. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jody, for your insightful insights about medicine, space, and the law. So you spoke of data, medical data, like a harmony between the legal, the medical data, and the satellite navigation. However, how do we leverage? Oh, I've not seen any questions, so I'm going straight for it. So how do we ensure that African countries or African doctors within the continent can actually access this data, if at all it's possible, if at all it's available? And also, would it be cost effective?
Yeah, that's right. Well, first let's answer the how, and then the economy of the of the question. So, for instance, if there's any African country operating their own satellite systems or satellite constellations, I mean, you can either build your own industry by creating ultra low cost materials, and satellites using ultra low cost materials. You can place the right sensors. You can hire the right experts to create these sensors, or that's if you want to push your private market, or you can, for instance, join Opera. Opera is the remote sensing, I would say, initiative created by the Copernicus program in Europe that provides data to Africa. So I can write this in the chat. If you look for Opera and then Copernicus, you will find many opportunities, papers, and discussions on this. So how we can use data, and from data we can, if we know that a certain disease develops in certain regions where are really hot and really humid, then of course we map this region and we know which data can we obtain from that region. Maybe we can gather data on temperature, on perhaps humidity, on perhaps pollution, right? So remote sensing, we should not forget that that works regarding the spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum. They use the incident radiation, active or passive sensors. We just send the the information to the ground station once it's captured. So if we use the properties of electromagnetic waves to create all this data, then once this data is analyzed and interpreted, we can have these different layers of temperature that will help us to know which regions are more prone and they're easy that these signals develop. So we need a statistical effort. So for instance, once we have chosen this region, we create this mapping, we create the statistics, using time and precise location. So we can use remote sensing satellites to do this operative. Second, how can we locate? How can we do all this? I would say not only location, but addressing all the efforts, but using navigation systems. We need 3 satellites to create navigational tools to go from one step to the other, from one place to the other. Sorry. So then using navigational system, we can create and trace the region and whether the temperature has moved from one region to another. We can again use navigation systems to try to adopt the necessary precautionary measures to prevent these signals from spreading. So of course, satellites won't help you to cure these sickness, but they'll give you information to prevent. So it's about prevention, mitigation, and then of course, in the meantime, sharing knowledge from different places, research centers, and international organizations to help, gather all the necessary knowledge to tackle sickness. Of course, for instance, these vector-borne sickness, there are many studies. You have to go to the doctrine and see how, external factors influence that. Okay, about financing. Who doesn't want to cure people? So, of course, you have the private sector, you have the banking sector, you have the insurance sector. So it's about investing. It's about, creating your own ecosystem to of course push startups, and of course your universities to create synergies to adopt this this and to, I would say, take advantage of the economic segment and to reach to agreements. Okay, so it's a matter of creating a contract with the private sector because of course we need to leverage public and private. So depending on, of course, the national legislation and the national laws, internal laws, every country is different, right? So of course you need some legal expertise to let you know what can you do in your country and which are the limits, the constraints, but also the opportunities. So it's about leveraging a contract, a good contract, knowing the intellectual property limits about patent, but then if you can manage like your own incubation centers capable to develop startups willing to implement this project, I mean it's really doable. And it's just about of going one step further. You have many articles published. You can go to sciencedirect.com and you can see any articles or work because everything is out online. So now it's not a matter of information. It's a matter of how can we adopt the right methodology. How it's not about what, because we have everything online. I mean, and you don't need, you only need an internet connection. You can go to a library and then you start your online business, but you need to know how to do it. So about, when you create your own private framework, you hire the right experts and you surround but the right people. I'm sure you start work, and it's about failing. It's about error, mistake, and success. That's what life is about. So I guess it's in your hands. So go for it, and I encourage you to contact me if I can be of any help.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for your presentation. Do we have any questions? If we don't have any questions, there is a link in the group chat that requires you to give a review of today's session, please remember to do that. So thank you so much to the presenters, and I wish you could take a picture. So for today's presenters, could we have the camera on? Who's missing? George? Okay. Hold on. Could I ask Riyab to take the picture?
Okay, Maurice, just a second.
All right.
Siwar, will you do it with me, please?
Pardon?
1, 2,
Oh.
will you, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I'll hand over to Arthur.
Right. Thank you very much, Sandra, and thank you very much, everyone, for the very interesting and lively discussions. Obviously, the enemy of such good times is always time, but we hope we can continue these discussions informally and through other platforms, and we really move towards concrete action and not just discussions. Thank you very much for making this colloquium a success. Looking forward to seeing you again next year. We thank you also for the feedback that you have been sharing. We hope next year will be an even more improved version, so we can really continue to build and grow not just ASLI, but also the space community and industry within Africa. Etim, do you have any comments before we close off the session?
Yes, thanks, Arthur, and also want to thank everybody, the moderators and the speakers. I think it's been an interesting program. One of the things you will notice is that the colloquium is actually held back to back with a public lecture. So in some announcements, you will hear it's a 3-day colloquium. In some other places, it's 2. So the idea really is that we want all the participants of the colloquium to also be part of the public lecture tomorrow, which will be delivered by Dr. Demetrios Stroikos, who is the editor-in-chief of the Space Policy Journal. And it was a very deliberate effort or invitation to bring him, seeing the changes in the global space ecosystem, both at regional level and national level. So he sits in a place where he's able to see things and hear things as the editor-in-chief of the Space Policy Journal. So I want to hear from him what's going on around the world, what are the feelings in different places, and what are people projecting, and generally about space governance. So we invite everybody for the public lecture tomorrow. It will start at 09 hours GMT, not 08. For the core colloquium, we start at 08 hours GMT. We use GMT so that people can translate into their different time zones. But for tomorrow, it's going to be at 09 hours GMT. So we look forward to having you tomorrow also. Thank you, everyone, and have a good rest of the day. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.